Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Cyberpunk, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Megadel, cyberpunk technology such as cyberbots. Check the rhymes, I concoct private stock. While you jock, I set up ultra security for MC intelligence who wanna murder me. It's like the third degree the way I question my sanity. I work on cybernetics as a form of vanity. To protect my circuitry, I stay under the canopy. I sent for special chips to finish my fantasy. To become a bionic commando, monitor scandals. Solar panels reflect, energy enters me. MC synergy in the 21st century, soldering temporary. Fusible alloys like musical cowboys. Strictly bomb raps, capable of alien contact. With rhyme packs, create galactic soundtracks. Profound facts that were classified info for several decades by the CIA. Are now pedal death codes on the internet, the sinner's flesh. I smoke a pinner of bless and can't remember next. Transmission control, you better listen to your soul when the carbon-based creatures connect with technology. Brand new species devoid of ecology. Totally electronic, they monitor and follow me. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. And the microchip is missing.
Oh my god.
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 Escape the cold flu, still down with kung fu. Back then they hung you, but now they fund you. I touch the escape key, a blue light envelops me, covers me with energy and sucks me in the screen. I met Tron, he said don't let on about the cyber universe, cause you the first human to discover us. Neon lasers, colorful photons, I felt like Voltron, my hands turned to silver, probably would've killed ya. I just lost my sanity, my brain was enhanced with super intelligence. True to the elements, we stole with a charge beam, victory was our theme, pack more silicon and sardines, transform into a plane like Starscream. Cyberpunk rocking the mic with auto-targeting. Fifth element, the strength of 6 elephants. It was miraculous the way they patched me in. Equipped with electric grenades, testing my phaser. I melted some glaciers. Wow, this is great stuff. Power with voltage, a technophile armed with explosives. Missiles, a crystallizer to freeze them seas and then shatter them with super bass. Sense around, relentless pound, dense the ground like an asteroid. A metal behemoth, more than you could dream of. A Marvel team up of both sides of the brain. Transmuted to my physical form to ride the train. My eyes had a neon green glow, I seen foes. Instruments of destruction meant for hunting. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Controlling cyberspace like a girl's private place. With a chastity belt, I has to be felt. Futuristic crucifixion, superdiction. With computer victims, terminated due to symptoms from viruses. Sophisticated and bizarre, enthralling. I even serve smart drinks at the bar. Bonsai, mechanical tentacles hard-tied. The small fry who tried to hog the mic. You saw the light, took all the stripes. Stop the spine thieves that I perceive when my optics turn lime green. In this industrial environment, there's certain requirements. The mental training that helps you see the Leviathan. I'm piloting a giant mecha in my private sector. My invisible force fields of core shields the inner sanctum. Better do the interface. Master programmers create aircraft that look like dinner plates. The Zen tried, he mobbed me. I did a concert on their planet for 5Gs. Space, the last frontier. Enough to make you pass on beer, weed, hallucinogenics, or speed. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once. Cyberpunks, Megadel, ultraviolence is what I adjust. Future phenomena, you need to try it once.
There we go. Yo, was that the Gorillas?
No, but that artist is performed on the Gorillas.
All right, yeah. It sounded,
And,
it sounded
also-
like
yeah.
I forget the name of the fucking song, man. What was it?
Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, the guy who produced the Deltron 3030 album
Right.
actually produced that entire Gorillas album.
Okay.
Yeah, his name
Really?
is Dan the Automator. Yeah, he's an Asian
Oh,
dude from
interesting.
California. Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Interesting. Well, I guess that Asian guy might be spared by Pinoid.
No. Up against the wall, son. Up against the wall.
Up against the wall, motherfucker.
Up against the wall, Four Eyes.
Uh-oh, I better change my my avatar here with John Lennon with the glasses. Hold on one second.
Yeah, let me see what this.
If you already got glasses on your joint.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh yeah, this is that video. Remember this shit? This is the stupid shit I saw, dude. What the fuck is this? The glowy zone.
The gray zone. The gray zone's not bad, man. Keeping it a beam. They're not
Have
bad.
you seen this before?
No, but I know the gray zone. Like that's Matt Taibbi and I forget the other guy's name.
Oh, Matt Taibbi. Which one of these guys is Matt Taibbi?
No. That's shit. It's Matt Taibbi, Aaron. Shit. I forget his
That's
last
a big name, Matt Taibbi, Neurojack. So that's where this is.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but
yeah, interesting.
No, this isn't Matt Taibbi. It's Aaron Mate. That's Aaron Mate on the right. And on the left side, shit, man. Listen, he has like one of them old school names. Fuck, I forget his goddamn name, bro. Like he was on the Jimmy Dore show and Jimmy had to explain like why he was like accused of sexual harassment at the Young Turks. It was hilarious.
Yeah. I saw that where he's like, she had a short skirt on, and I asked her, why are you wearing that skirt in front of these little kids? That shit was so funny. That shit was too funny, dude.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, but like that dude was on there, right? You know what I mean? And like he was just standing there going, "Oh, Max Blumenthal." That's Max Blumenthal on the fucking on the left, right? And then Aaron Mate on the right. Both of them are actually pretty good. Like I'm gonna keep it a bone. They both like called out the U.S.'s actions in like Syria and shit, and said that the sarin gas attacks weren't real.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with either of them. So,
yeah, I know both of them, bro. Like both of them are really good. They are really, really good. Like legit, like they're proper sources, like actual investigative journalists on the ground.
That's
guys.
another reason why doing these shows is crazy, because somebody on the panel or in the chat will always know what the fuck is going on. So it's just a good way to pose questions to the public. I don't know.
Yeah. Like these dudes are good. Like these dudes are really, really fucking good. Like they go on the ground to do real investigative journalism, like old school, like travel to the place, you know what I mean? And like actually start interviewing people and shit and gathering up like actual data.
I like this. I like this report. You know, this report
ahead.
is definitely very good. You know, I was paying attention to what they were talking about. I was like, yeah, because the thing that me and Neurojack were noticing is that we already covered a lot of this shit. I mean, so it's pretty interesting now that
because it's like actually confirming shit that we basically mostly speculated, but we kind of thought was going on, and we're like, whoa, like
yeah,
the
like
evidence rolling out, you know?
Yeah, like I did like 5 or 6 episodes where I think they're called Trumple Stillskin or something like that. But yeah,
some of the most the people who are most serious about Jewish identity, Jewish history, Jewish religion in academia are opposed to the genocide. And that's why you see a lot of scholars of anti-Semitism being removed, or Holocaust studies scholars being removed and attacked under this purge, because they know too much. And they want doofuses and clowns and operatives in there. And, you know, if you look at who Trump just appointed as his new anti-Semitism czar, that'll really crazy. Tell you something about.
This is crazy.
Sorry. Do I have this up? Sorry, I don't have it. His new anti-Semitism czar, I don't know if I'll have time to fully explain who he is, but this is Michael Tracy. Trump's pick for a special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. By the way, why is this position existing with Doge?
Why is Doge allowing this cost? Why is this position existing? Like, why is this? Why do you need a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism? Like, focus on hate against one type of people. Like, what?
Yo, man, did you heard it? Like,
does every type of do other people have an anti?
Oh yes. Almost every other country has one. They have like whole departments dedicated to anti-Semitism. Like every country in Europe has that.
No, I'm talking about, does any other people have a special envoy to monitor hatred against them? That's my question.
I would say
is there like one for Arabs or black people or gay people or I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, there's this one called GDL. You might have heard of them.
Position to exist. Shouldn't this be eliminated as waste and fraud? Like, do we need this? Well, of course. It's a Chabad rabbi from the Chabad cult, a fundraiser and a businessman. He runs a company, I'm annotating this, called Ruscap, which makes water out of air and is a military.
Makes water out of air. Oh, man. We got to steal that fucking machine, dude.
Sounds like sounds very alchemical and stuff, you know.
Yeah, I gotta copy one of those. We take a look at that technology, and straight up steal that, dude. We need in on that. I want to invest in that. Turn water to air. I mean, air to water. That's a good deal.
Well, that's why Elon Musk is good. He's saying that they should just open source everything, and you can just copy whatever technology you want for free. Free.
Contractor, which sends water fountains to the military that supposedly make water out of air. His name is Yehuda Kaplan, whom he met through Miriam Adelson. He is an Adelson operative. Trump's political empowerment of quote-unquote ultra-Orthodox Jewish movements is a unique feature of his recent activities. There's Miriam Adelson, Israeli intelligence asset, Likudnik warlord, Trump, and Yehuda Kaplan. And Kaplan is very influential in the Trump administration. He's, Deborah Lipstadt was a Holocaust scholar who served as anti-Semitism czar under Biden, very Zionist, disgusting figure. But this character doesn't even try to hide it. By the way, he was born in Israel. He's an Israeli. He says the situation to Jews in America is similar to that of Jews in 1930s Germany.
Wait, did he just say what a Holocaust survivor said was disgusting?
How dare him? We need to get the ADL on his account.
Yo, my shit just crashed like fucking crazy. Like look, the whole screen went black and like
that was
like
yeah,
boxes and
that's
shit.
Oh yeah, that just happened to me just as you said that. So
Oh,
that's
good.
That's just the ADL letting you know they're listening.
You know that. I'll be right back, folks.
Yo, legit. Like I had to leave and I had to close the whole tab and come back in and shit.
Yep, that's what I'm about to do. See you guys soon.
Shit, man. Listen.
Well, here we are.
There we go, buddy.
My name's Luigi Mangione, and I'm here to host the show.
Yo,
perhaps you heard of me.
Maybe y'all heard of me.
What do you think of Mr. Luigi?
Man, listen, you know me, man. Listen, like I am pro fucking Luigi Mangione. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm come on, I'm a guinea from the Northeast. Like yo, like you know what I mean? Like yo, he's from Baltimore. Like, yo, legit. Like me and him, we kindred spirits and whatnot.
Yeah, and there goes Annapurna. I feel like all of us just got hacked at the same time.
It's just because I got the 5G tower beaming into my head. That's why they let me go. Like, that's why they let me go, guys.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Shit, man.
Now, but my tabs just started.
He said, "How do you feel about Luigi Mangione?" Like, listen.
He's my Carmelo Anthony. Where's his Cadillac and $900,000 house?
Water out of air. His name is Yehuda Kaplan, whom he met through Miriam Adelson. He is an Adelson operative. Trump's political empowerment of quote-unquote ultra-Orthodox Jewish movements is a unique feature of his recent activities. There's Miriam Adelson, Israeli intelligence asset, Likudnik warlord, Trump, and Yehuda Kaplan. And Kaplan is very influential in the Trump administration. He's, Deborah Lipstadt was a Holocaust scholar who served as anti-Semitism czar under Biden, very Zionist, disgusting figure. But this character doesn't even try to hide it. By the way, he was born in Israel. He's an Israeli. He says the situation to Jews in America is similar to that of Jews in 1930s Germany. And he loves Trump calling out Islamic radical terror and the threat of Iran.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling like I'm in 1930s Germany.
Again, like not that this matters, like not that the feelings of Jewish people like ourselves matter right now, because it's the Palestinians that are being mass murdered. But it's like, if we want to take a second just to look at that, it's so insulting to Jews when you think about it, that you're comparing the plight of Jews today to the plight of Jews during the Nazi Holocaust. You're completely trivializing their experience. My great
Nuremberg laws.
Yeah, my great grandparents were slaughtered in Auschwitz along with millions of people, and you're comparing our plight right now as privileged North American Jews to them. It's so insulting. And of course, like, I don't want to spend too long being outraged about this because our feelings don't matter right now. It's Palestinians that are undergoing the current Holocaust. But the fact that they can say this out loud, it shows not only their contempt for Palestinians, and, Arabs, but also just for Jews and the actual Jewish experience of the Nazi Holocaust. Otherwise, how could they possibly trivialize it in this way? It's so insulting. It's pathetic. But yet it's so popular now. And, Dana Bash was, this is not confined to just like Trump appointees. This is like liberals as well. Dana Bash of CNN also talked about the atmosphere on college campuses being similar to 1930s Germany. So this like self-victimization and this insult to the legacy of the Nazi Holocaust, it's bipartisan. It's widespread. It's not just the like Trump MAGA camp fringe, like Zionist fringe of the MAGA camp. It's also enlightened liberal journalists.
Well, yeah, and if you feel like the Goyim are mad at you, maybe you should stop supporting the self-proclaimed Jewish state that's reenacting the Nazi Holocaust. That might be a good idea. I don't know.
Well, see,
the Rebbe, Moshe.
Yo, Neuro,
there's
there
another.
you go, buddy. There you go.
Oh no.
Listen. You see this?
Oh no,
this is the proper meme for Luigi right there. You're going to do the Luigi meme, do it right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I don't have that readily available, but this is actually a polemic one.
I can send it to you. You want it?
Yeah, send it to me. I got this somewhere, but I don't know where it is. Gotcha. This is actually a polemical one that promoted by Richard Spencer, and I thought I would just
Here, man, fuck Richard Spencer. The guy's a bitch.
I know.
That dude is queerer than a $2 bill. Let me keep it a beam with you. All right. When he runs, his butt whistles. All right. When he farts, it goes, whoo. You know what I'm saying? Like, that dude is gayer than 8 guys blowing 9 guys. Let's keep it a bone.
Well, Andrew Wilson seems to be very friendly with him.
Well, I mean, like, Andrew Wilson might be, like, piping him down from the back. Okay. Like, listen, Mick Jagger got caught sucking off Rod Stewart. You know what I mean? Like, all these motherfuckers you think ain't homos probably are. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Yeah.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
Yeah, I fucking can't. Like, I can't with them, bro. Like, I fucking can't. Johnny,
Mashiach, the Messiah of the Chabad cult, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who's like this holy figure to them, was a...
Yeah, you guys know about Schneerson?
Nah, man, listen, I don't really pay attention to
He's coming back.
That. Who is Schneerson?
Schneerson is coming back, according to, what's that guy?
Max Blumenthal?
Jared Kushner.
Oh,
praying at his grave. I mean, so yeah, it's pretty weird stuff going on with that.
I mean, I agree personally. I mean, why not? Why wouldn't you believe that personally?
He's talking to Netanyahu. There's him talking to Netanyahu, being like, "You got to speed things up." Who's capping? Is that somebody we know? Oh yeah, we know this guy.
Yo, I'm recognizing the avatar.
He wasn't just a Holocaust denier. He was kind of a Holocaust supporter. He believed the Holocaust was a good thing, and compared it to a limb being amputated.
Oh, I don't even know. Yeah, this is this might get struck down right here. Even.
They're saying all the things.
Yeah, they're saying all the key things. It's kind of weird.
Amputated. And he placed the blame for the Nazi genocide on Reform Judaism, on Jews not being religious enough. It is clear that evil descends from above, and buried within torment and suffering is a core of exalted spiritual good. It's quite possible that a physical affliction is good for the spirit. This is what he said at Kfar Chabad, which is like a fake city built between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, where a brook.
So that's, I point that out, the whole accelerationist angle.
Nah, bro. Like, I don't even think it's that.
Grace through suffering. No, I'm talking about like dispensationalism.
Okay. All right.
Like the pre-accelerationism.
Hold up. Hang on, wait a minute, bro. Have you seen some of the latest joints from Middle Nation recently?
No, but I like some of what he says.
Yeah, sure. Listen. So, like in this one here, I'm gonna put it in the back private chat for you, right? In this one here, basically, he explains how the like basically like the Jews, like they should know better by what they're doing, because literally like they study the results of their behavior. You know what I'm saying? Right. And the Jews 100% believe in that. They believe that, you know what I mean? Like, you know, fucking like they will be dispossessed by like their bad behaviors. You know what I'm saying? Like when they do wrong will be revisited upon them and their sons. You know what I mean? Like that's a thing. You know what I mean? He's like, in America, he's like, America's not immune. Like, yo, listen, just because y'all are, you know what I mean, retarded, don't mean like, yo, you're immune from this. Yo, but he's not wrong. Like, yo, he's not wrong.
Everybody's retarded but me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying everybody's retarded but me, right?
Yes, you are, dude.
I'm not. I literally like sat here and like went on my stream the other day and said I got my ass kicked by Machine Lies the other night, and so I had to go read Plato, right?
Yeah,
and
you
I
wouldn't
literally
really
spent
ask
the
really. It was
next
just-
2 days reading fucking Plato. I just made it
No,
through
not
8
really. It was
books.
just one point. You know,
No,
I
no.
kind of said half of that later because, you know, I've said half of what you said. You know, but I just didn't contextualize it through book 5, and since you've read it now, you probably know why. Right? But
I mean, yo, listen. You know, the first question I came to you with was like, why is it that like Plato sounds like the Torah? Right? It's like, yo, listen. Why does it sound like I'm listening to a Jew, right, from like 1920?
Well, because here, first of all, is because Plato took a lot of his ideas from the Torah,
yeah, a
as
lot of people
most
say
Greek
that.
philosophers did.
Or
Yeah, I gotta actually, you know, like there's a lot of scholars who said that.
Yeah, well, because you got to think that the Old Testament, you know, is older than Plato, right? And the
maybe.
Greeks at that time had that text, and I mean, it was looked at as a legitimate, not only religious text, but like for philosophical ideas and understanding, like, you know, the psychology of people, you know.
I mean, all right, like half of it is from like Hergus. The other half is from like I assume like he kind of like made it up off the basis of like reciprocal like reaction, right?
The
You know
thing
what I mean? Like
was is that
transaction relationship.
I believe it's very likely that there was Jewish philosophers in Egypt in 400 BC. So I think we could just say that real quick.
Well, I mean, like here's my mental, right? So like, you know that they've gone back and they found the earliest signs that like any of the Jews actually like, you know what I mean, like practiced the Torah, right? Or like, I don't know what the hell you would call it, respected the Torah as a whole, like used any of the practice in it, was like fucking 250, 280 BC, right? Which would have been 100 years after Plato.
What scholar said that though?
I heard it on Gnostic Informer's channel from an Israeli
so Gnostic Informer
paleontologist.
is very pseudo with his ideology. Like
no, but he was interviewing
he's
a
very
like, actual
pro-Jewish.
scholar. Like he was interviewing a scholar.
Well, I mean, that's my point though, is like a lot of times, I'll give you an example. You know, like the there was these particular bones, right? These Chinese people were talking about these bones, and these scholars were like, basically like Lao Tzu didn't exist, he wasn't a real person, and these bones weren't real or something like that. Well, they just started coming out of the ground, and all these scholars had to retract what they said because the evidence ended up popping up and showing that, you know, what they thought was impossible was true. So 95% of the time, scholars, it's like there's this extreme skepticism that goes into where scholars think they're smarter than all those people of the past, and you end up with these stupid takes a lot of times that aren't true. They're not true. It's just like rooted in their skepticism.
Well, let me say this, right? So like what is being looked at, right, is the fact that like they do find paganistic practices, right? And they find the evidence of paganistic practices among like the Hebrew the Jewish and the Hebrew settlements, the Judeans or whatever, right? Up until like 300 BC. In which case, at which point they started practicing the Torah, they started finding like the pools and the temples, all that type of shit.
You're confused for a second. First of all, in
What?
the like, if you go to Exodus, right?
I don't care
You
about
read
Exodus. The
immediately
Bible's nonsense. Stop
as,
listening to that book.
As Moses is going up, you know, to receive the tablets, what do the majority of the Jays start doing? They start worshiping a golden calf. So I mean, they were prone to worshiping idols since the very beginning, since the inception. That's not like, you know, saying really much, because the text itself talks about that. You know, if you go to Ezekiel, you know, and the prophets of Baal,
like more recent than you think.
I don't want to. I really don't want to argue this, but you're wrong.
What if it was though? Like, what if the book was written more recently than you think?
What if you're wrong? That's what I'm saying.
But what if I'm right?
You're not right. It's pseudo scholarly like takes, and I guarantee you there's more scholars that would refute that than would ever affirm that.
There used to be more scholars that would refute that the earth was fucking round. You know what I mean?
Well, again, this is like a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy, dude. Everything's wrong until it's not.
Do you know how many times there's been like people, like atheistic people, coming out and be like, blah blah blah, like this thing in the Bible isn't true, and then a few years later they can't use those arguments anymore because like some archaeological dig happens and they figure out, well, okay, well, this was true the whole time.
Well, yeah, listen again. So like the oral history of a people, right? You know, I mean, 100% can be written down, especially once like they gain the ability for language, right? But like the idea that, you know, this book being something that was written, you know, I mean, 6,000 years ago, or even 5,000 or 4,000 or 3,000 years ago, whatever the case is, might be nonsense. It might have been written, you know, I mean, like 2,300 years ago. Right?
Why do we have manuscripts that say otherwise then?
There are no manuscripts from before that.
Yes, there is. And not only are there manuscripts before that, you know, there's evidence that there was older manuscripts based on the manuscripts we have, because they had to have copied those manuscripts from other manuscripts. Like, what are you talking about?
Hang on, we're going to look up like oldest Jewish texts. We can just look it up, right?
And the narrative too, that it's only like Jewish text, like the book of Job isn't really a Jewish text. It's about a Gentile. That's a Gentile. Or if you go to like Genesis, you know, Moses wrote it, but you know, he's not talking about Jews in the text, like only Jews. Like Adam and Eve weren't considered of the tribe of Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a misconception.
Yeah, all right. So the biblical Hebrew, 10th century to the 1st century AD. Right? Again, so what if it was like, you know, I mean, 230 BC, 280
What if your
BC?
aunt's your uncle? You know what I'm saying?
What if it was 280 BC?
Dude, the absurdism and the trollery about you is really annoying. I know that.
Right? Yeah, literally, like, again, like what you know is a Torah right now, right? Even like the scholars today say it's somewhere between 900 and 450 BCE, right? And it might be earlier is kind of where it's at, right? So what if like Plato actually like influenced them? It's kind of where I'm
at. That's just stupid. Honestly, that's really dumb. That's a dumb take. I mean, because I don't think you'll find any of the Greeks, even Plato himself, you'll probably find texts that would admit that he was reading the Torah and it wasn't before him. You know, and I mean, it was before.
Was there evidence of Plato reading the fucking Torah?
Absolutely, because it was in Greek. What are you talking about? Like the Septuagint.
Everything was in Greek. During Roman times, it was still in Greek.
The original Torah was in Hebrew, but the Masoretic text is a later translation that the Jays got together because there was prophecies about Christ in the original Hebrew text that they didn't like. They said, well, we have to do something about this. They called the Sanhedrin together. They created the Masoretic text. Then you had, like, later on, you had guys like King James and his scribes that thought the Masoretic text was older than the Greek. But that was an assumption. The Greek was older than the Masoretic text. And they made this assumption because it was Hebrew. But the fact of the matter was the Greek text was transcribed from an older Hebrew text.
Yeah, again, right. So some scholars critically argue that the 2nd century BCE is the earliest dates of like the writing, right? Yeah, again, dude, like, what if Plato like influenced this fucking text?
Plato didn't influence the text. It's dumb. It's stupid.
I mean, it's not stupid when you think about it. It's not dumb. Nothing dates back to like fucking 6,000 fucking BC. Nothing. We don't have anything that old.
Sure,
Well,
All this oral shit. Yo, machine. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. We interrupted.
Yeah, no. Here's a bit of the historical ideas there, and I say some of this in my book. The key thing is King Cyrus of Persia. Right now, King Cyrus of Persia basically treated Greece as a vassal state. He even employed the Spartans in his mercenary army. Right. Now, obviously in the Bible, especially in the book of Daniel, right, he's mentioned as liberating the Jews and taking them back to Jerusalem, right, and freeing them from King Nebuchadnezzar, right? Now, he's also mentioned by Xenophon the Spartan in a work that he wrote called the Cyropedia, in which he details the life of King Cyrus. Because remember, the Spartans, as I said, were greatly impressed by the Persian army. Right. So Persia and Egypt and all of these things greatly influenced Plato's writings.
Right. Yeah.
And obviously, the Jews owed some debt to Babylonians, Persians, Egyptians. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, they assumed that they would later conquer these territories. Right.
Right.
So that was their whole thing, is that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know Cyrus the Great returned the Jews back to like their homeland, right? You know what I mean? Because
but that's the link there is between Cyrus the Great, his link to Greece, and his link to the Jews, right? So it's possible that Plato talked to Jewish scholars, right? At the time, right? So there's the link right there, because there's Jews there. Now, by the time of 100 BC, there was Hellenized Jews.
Oh, I mean, listen, by the time
So
of fucking 300 BC, there was Hellenized Jews.
Well, that's the thing that's under dispute. Is we have to look for Hellenized Jews during like that a time closer to Plato, right?
I mean,
but that's the thing, is that Hellenism didn't really spread until like 100 years, at least 100 years after Plato. You know what I mean? Because Aristotle, taught Alexander the Great, obviously.
Well, I mean, honestly, like, I don't get into this debate just because I think that it's actually far more complicated than even you guys are making it. And I don't mean that as an insult, but
Greek influence in Egypt began as early as the 7th century BC with Greek travelers and traders visiting the country. However, the definitive spread and establishment of Greek culture in Egypt occurred after Alexander the Great's conquest in 332.
Just wait. Let me help you. Wait.
Yeah, so like they conquered Egypt in 332.
Well,
so, I mean,
yeah, well, and the other thing is this, like, I mean, really, it's been said that Greece was a vassal state of the Persians. So really, a lot of their
this is post Greek. That. Like, this is after Alexander conquered Persia.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is like a lot of the things that people think of as Greek, quote unquote, is actually influence from Persia to Greece because Greece was kind of like heavily influenced by Persian stuff. And I think that the one thing I would definitely push back on is like, I think that a lot of people think that from a Christian perspective, I don't think it's fair to say that the Torah is pro-Jewish. In fact, I think it's actually pretty anti-Jewish. But again, that might be hard for people to swallow. But I don't think that. I think that this whole thing that you know the Torah is all about protecting the Jews and this and that. I think it's a misrepresentation of what the Christian understanding is, and I know that's a little
Well,
convoluted
the
sounding, but
understanding of it is this: is that the law, Moses was always having an issue with his people, right? And God was always like disciplining these people for going astray and whoring after other gods and other nations. And the law was supposed to be like a mirror up to themselves to correct themselves. But what the Pharisees ended up doing was using the law as a means to justify themselves and say, we're the chosen people and nobody can kind of critique us. But the law itself was meant to critique them. But they flipped it on its head, but that's when Christ comes. He explains to them like, no, like, you're not justified by the law. He fulfills the law. But it's like this was the issue: is the traditions of men, which Protestants would say, well, these are the traditions of men, talking about church traditions, but that's not what it's talking about. The traditions of men were the Jays taking Jewish law and going overboard with them, and kind of being misers about it, like shutting up heaven so nobody else could get there, type of thing. They're not themselves not getting there. But yeah, so the way Christ explained what a Jew was is a person who had followed Christ or followed God, a true follower of God. All the prophets were killed, by what we would consider Zionists or Pharisees or something like that. They were killed by those people. So that's the misconception: is what is the meaning of a Jew? A Jew is a chosen person of God. It's not just by race. It's the spirit, not the flesh, and that's explained there. So, yeah, I would say it's
yeah,
not.
I think Israelite is a more accurate term. Like I think that, and that's the irony of calling that land Israel, because I think it. I mean, I
Right,
think the
because
Bible
Jacob
is
was
really
named
saying,
Israel, right? And Jacob
right.
took the new name of Israel, and what that meant, it wasn't about. It's not that it's anti-J, right? It's
It's just pro-Israelite, which is a spiritual thing, not a
right.
physical thing.
That's the difference. It's a spiritual being in communion with God. That's what that really means. They just misinterpret it, and then they conflate religion with race and all these other things. So it's a distorted perspective on what those titles mean. And that's why in Revelation he said, those that say they are Jays and are not, but are really of the synagogue of Satan. That breaks that down.
Right. I don't know. Listen, so like I put like a link in the side chat, right, where like literally it said like the Talmud and the Torah like were oral traditions up until like the 2nd century BC, right, or CE as it is or whatever, right? And like again, you can say what you want, right? But honest to God, like fucking, I honestly think like they were influenced by like Greek philosophy in the end of the day, right? And I understand say Plato was too, like, but like let's keep it a bone, like Hergus, what I'm saying, came before Plato, right? And we know about like Hergus of the fucking Spartans. If you know anything about him, he literally wrote like half the shit that fucking Plato put in that fucking
Hold
in the
up.
Republic.
So you're telling me, a book like Isaiah was influenced by Greek philosophy? Have you read that book?
Let me put it like this, right? So you live in a liberal society right now.
Man, I'm not talking about that.
Hang
I'm
on.
talking about a
Stop
prophetic
talking.
book.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
No, I'm not.
Right?
You
Wait.
I'm
You live in a
ignorant.
liberal society right now, so anything that you write is going to have like hints and viewpoints and assumptions and paradigms from our liberal society today, right? That wouldn't have existed. You know what I'm saying? Like, shut the fuck up. That wouldn't have existed. Like, fucking, again, shut up. Wouldn't have existed fucking like 400, 500 years ago.
We're talking about divine revelation. There's a difference between a philosophical idea and then a prophecy that ends up happening 700 years later.
Yeah, again, right? What if all this shit was made up later?
Well, and so I would put it this way, because like I understand where you're coming from, Pinoid. Although I think I understand where
it's brain dead, dude.
Where he's coming from. But here's the thing: is like if you're, because you're kind of saying that, like maybe that's the wrong word, but you're kind of saying like history is a little bit incredulous, which I definitely agree. To some, like we don't really know exactly what came first and stuff like that. And I think from historical,
we know that Isaiah came before Plato. That's for sure.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? Yeah, that's absolutely true.
But,
it's 700 years before the coming of Christ. We got, Plato, what, around like 420, something like that, So,
but my argument is this: whether it's true or not true, as someone who is a purveyor and a connoisseur of psyops, I think it's fair to say that we could see the utility in claiming one way or the other, right? And I think that that's what's interesting, is because if you look at it from that point of view, what motivations might someone have for claiming it's one way or the other? And I think if you understand those things, it might help you understand why.
Yeah,
they've made history incredulous.
I see why Pinoy would claim it, because he's trying to explain away, this thing that he has to cope with. That's what I see. But instead, it's kind of like just pointing the finger and saying, like, no, you're really coping because this happened afterwards. What if? And it's like, how? I just don't understand it. Like,
why is your mind so closed?
If you read it, right, and then you look at the date of it, this isn't just like philosophical ideas.
Just remember, Unseen, most of these people aren't ready to be unplugged, and they'll fight to defend the system.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, man. It's wild.
All right, so Cyrus was around 559 to 530 BCE, right? Well, BC. When did we start adding the E to shit? And what happened to AD? Yeah, listen.
Mandela effect.
Yeah, listen. I remember AD. Like, listen, it's literally just gone from everywhere, as if like it never existed, right? So,
let's just say this. Like Book of Daniel, right? That's when King Cyrus is mentioned, right? So Xenophon, a contemporary of King Cyrus, mentions him around 400 BC, right? So Isaiah is a while before that, right? So there's no way that Isaiah knew Plato, right? Like that would be a little bit, unless they just made Plato up. Unless Plato was like a guy who existed in 800 BC and they just made him up in 400 BC,
Xenophon was writing at the same time Plato was alive.
Yes, correct. And that's when the Book of Daniel was written, right? Right.
It's 200 years before that. Like 200 years before then, right, was when Cyrus the Great was alive.
Right. So but I'm saying that corresponds to the Book of Daniel and not the Book of Isaiah. The Book of Isaiah is like way before that. Like, the prophet Isaiah existed way before the prophet Daniel, chronologically speaking, right? Because the book of Isaiah
was written between 740 and 700 BC.
Right. So that's way before Plato.
Yeah, and again, like I hate to interject my own psyop / conspiracy theory, but I really believe that between the writings of Homer and the writings of the pre-Socratic, that the Torah is basically an attempt to bridge the gap between whatever happened in there. And I know that's a stretch, but that's my personal like.
No, all right, wait. It was actually, here's the thing. It was actually written between 570 fucking BC.
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like half of it was written later.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
But again, I think that like if you're giving the Talmud the benefit of the doubt to say, well, it was an oral tradition before it was written, and even the fact that we don't have any written interpretations of Judaism until 900 AD or whatever. Like, if you're going to give them the benefit of the doubt, you should definitely give Christianity way more of a benefit of the doubt of at least 400 BC. Right?
We know the history of Christianity because, like, literally, it's all written down, right? Like, all this came to be after, like, writing and, like the church, like, they had a church, like, I mean, say what you want about it, like, it fucking kept notes. You know what I mean? like it fucking wrote shit down. You know what I mean? That's cool. But like, yeah, as far as like the Jews are concerned, bro, like I swear to God, they might not have existed as like a people following the Torah, and like the Talmud didn't come about until like Christ.
I think there's a strong argument to be had that it's a reconstruction of something that really was not what they're claiming it was, because literally Christianity thinks it literally is the only Israelite religion, and so does Islam. Judaism is basically a revisionist history of world history, essentially. I mean, there's no real evidence that what they're claiming is true.
That's absolutely true. But see, modern Judaism developed from the religion of the Pharisees. But see, after Christ comes, they come to the conclusion that all these people are being converted to Christianity because they're, it's like people can see these prophecies within the scriptures, and they're like, well, obviously this is the Messiah that was supposed, we were supposed to be waiting for. So what do the Jays do? They throw out all these texts, like those don't exist. They change the translation. They put a new translation out, and then they introduce things from especially from like Gnosticism, where you have like the Kabbalah developing out of things like Simonian Rhinology and all this other stuff.
And look, I'm a very uneducated person on these things, but I am a pretty good reader of history. I've looked pretty deep into that, and the more I've looked into it, it seems apparent that somewhere along the line there was a reinterpretation of a lot of things, including history and including religious texts, that seems to give a pretty good indication that somebody wanted to use what Christianity would call Satanism or Luciferianism in order to basically proliferate psyops as a mode of running government, right? So
can I show you a really good example of this that happened recently, right? Like not like recently, but like, like a history that you think is like 100% true, right? Unseen warfare. What nationality was the person who founded Jamestown, the first English settlement?
I don't know.
He was an Italian.
Really? Okay, I'm interested in that.
They renamed him John Cabot. His real name was Giovanni Gabuto. He's also responsible for most of the exploration of like fucking the St. Lawrence and the Canada.
Okay. So who's John Smith to that? So John Smith was like a guy who, and John Rolfe, they showed up later after this dude showed up.
Yeah, way after. Right.
Okay. I mean, I'm open to that for sure. So are you saying the Catholics founded?
No. I'm saying that the British couldn't sail in the 1600s. They hired Venetians to do it for them.
So they were the guy. So they were like basically the trades guides of navigation, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, who's America named after?
A goddess, I think.
No, Amerigo Vespucci. He's the fucking cartographer who drew the fucking map of America. He was an Italian again. Right? This is what I'm saying. Like, literally, psyops are everywhere, bro. Like, history is being rewritten many a times. I don't know why it is that you think this one's 100% true.
I mean,
Well,
you definitely
I'll tell you
can
why I
definitely make a
think
strong
that is.
argument for that.
I mean, he's not wrong. In Grand Theft Auto 5, the name of the beach is Vespucci Beach. So, I mean, you know.
I'll tell you why I believe the biblical text from the Orthodox tradition is true. It's because when they came together at those councils, right, that you have the most intelligent people of that time, whether people want to accept it or not. They were the most literate people of their time, where the majority of people couldn't even read. The church fathers were educated. Most of them were philosophers before they became Christians, like you have St. Justin Martyr and these types. They study these texts their entire lives and knew so much about the text. And not only that, there's a divine revelation connected with it as well. That's an aspect that scholars aren't going to understand, that God is literally helping these people understand these things. And in a materialistic worldview, you're going to throw that out. But they came together as councils and said, okay, these books are inspired, these books are not. And why is that? Now you'll have all these people coming together and be like, well, okay, well, they were just, trying to psyop everybody. But what exactly were they trying to psyop? I just don't understand it. If you look at the councils themselves and read those councils, you're not going to find any like hidden agenda to control the matter. It's none of that. It's like literally ascetic monks in the desert coming together to figure out like this holy text, So.
Well, definitely, I think you can make an argument that people do use the Bible and have used the Bible in occultic manners in order to encode, psyops, for lack of a better term, right? So I'm not saying that means that the church fathers may not have intended that, but certainly throughout history, especially within Catholicism, a lot of people within the church structure,
That's true.
have basically been spies and psyopers and stuff like that. So I think the thing is like it's easy to think that just goes back all the way as old as time, and I think that's kind of where people
Well,
might
the
have that.
difference is if you trust what Christ said, is like the gates of hell will not prevail against my church, right? So there's always going to be a remnant that stays true to what the apostles taught and what the prophets taught. And yeah, you're always going to have maybe some other people that don't do that, right? I'll give you an example, like Pope Innocent III. He bought like the narrative from Jewish Gnostic sages and made a manuscript that has early Kabbalistic material in it, right? And it's like he bought that, and that was like the secret religion amongst the Catholics of that time. From an Orthodox perspective, we already understood that they fell into heresy. We were like, okay, we're splitting from you. You fell into heresy. We've anathematized you at council because you've gone outside of what was taught originally. And we have documentation to show this. We have writings from saints. They had saints of that time that made it clear. There's always been a separation between those that could discern what was true and what isn't. And you're not going to get that from speculation or like, it's like you have to actually be rooted within the tradition itself to see what it is, I guess.
Yeah, listen, it sounds like cope and nonsense. Keeping it a beat
Okay,
with
whatever,
you,
man.
right? Like, listen, I wanna have my beliefs, and I'm gonna keep my beliefs, and nobody's gonna take my beliefs from me, and that's what you want. That's cool, bro. Do your thing. I'm just saying, my mind's open to any possibility at this point because, like, I know that like everything that we think about is probably a fucking lie for the most part.
Why don't you read the councils and then find out then?
I mean, because it's
You won't do
unnecessary
that,
for me to read. When did the councils happen?
Not all at once.
When did they happen?
Depends which one.
Oh my God, bro. Listen.
The ratification in the Bible was 325.
All right, 325 to 787. Listen, we're talking about things that happened like fucking 700 years before this.
That doesn't mean that the text wasn't already there. It
Again,
just means that
700
they
years before this.
ratified.
Of course, the text was already there.
They ratified the canon at 325.
Okay.
But they already had the text.
I
It was
literally
shared
don't
amongst the
care.
community.
Yes, listen, of course they had books. They had fucking 400 years to create books at that point.
You think that they created them? No, the text was already there. We have
They
Martin
wrote
who
them
had a
down.
text at like before 100 AD. He already had a text.
Yes, I'm sure that you have all the text. All the text is included that has ever existed from every fucking prophet ever. I'm sure that's a thing. Or is there things that were left out? Because I'm pretty sure there's stuff that was left out. Right? That's the fucking. Yo, listen, I gotta go get a shower before I go to work. Listen, I'm gonna holla at y'all motherfuckers later. If anybody's gonna be on Discord tonight, I'll be on Discord. I'll be around. Peace.
It's different concepts of justice: moral justice, legal justice, and what you can call epochal justice, or what we understand as divine justice in this dunya. Now, moral justice, or what I'm calling moral justice, is basically a sentiment. It's a feeling that we have, the feeling, that you have when you suffer or when you witness what you perceive to be injustice, unfairness, harm or hurt or some kind of wrong. This originates in our fitra. It's in our nature. It might be even subconsciously informed by an innate recognition of divine justice.
Yeah, I think this is going to take a long time to ramp up here. See, 40 minutes long. I mean, Pino had left us. I mean, I don't know what. Maybe I'll get into it later. Oh, man, here goes the StreamYard crashing again.
We are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Progress Report. A late night show for you guys tonight. I'm here with Andrew Wilson. Owen Schroyer will be joining. I heard from him just like 30 minutes ago. He's on his way, so he'll be here soon. But Andrew, really a pleasure to have you back. How are you doing?
I'm doing real well. Doing real well.
You were asking me just before we went live about my monetization on YouTube, and what happened was I was demonetized for like the last 3 years up until November is when I got it finally put back. I kept reapplying and they kept denying me, and I eventually just like deleted everything. But then after I got it back, I started like re-uploading some of my favorite videos.
1 second.
Originally, it was for third-party content. Oh, am I echoing?
No, it was me. It was nothing at all to do with you, bro.
So they demonetized me for third-party content because I used to do this show on YouTube called You Can't Stop Progress, which was just clips. This show we're doing now, the Progress Report, is like the spiritual successor to that show, because I wanted to keep the memory alive on YouTube. But here we watch the clips, we give commentary and all that, so they don't demonetize me again. But after that, like, I deleted everything, and then they started saying hate speech every time I tried to reapply, and I didn't know why but I eventually deleted everything, and then they were like, okay.
You're such.
I mean, There you could have 1,000 videos and there's one video on there that's stopping you, and they could just tell you what it is, but they don't. They're like, I don't know, something's wrong on your channel. Good luck, figure it out. They won't give me my silver play button either now. Now that I have 100K subs, they keep saying, oh, there's something on your channel, content policy. We're not going to give you your silver play button. So
Jay Dyer dealt with that for years too. After he got past the 100K mark, they wouldn't send him his silver plaque, demonetized his channel. He got his monetization back a few months ago as well, a couple months back, which I was real happy to see. I mean, man, it really helps. Like it helps channel creators to have that, not just because of the cash though. That's what's funny. It helps because the algorithm. The algorithm punishes you real bad if they demonetize you.
Well, the cash is really nice too, though. I made a couple like salt compilations after the election.
So they're literally employed by YouTube
on TikTok, just like through
Shackle.
No, they're literally admitting like, hey, we're literally employed by YouTube though. So I mean, it's like,
yeah, he said it helps, but the truth is that that's the basis for the channel.
Well, like there's a lot of YouTubers that I've followed for years, and it's funny because like they just upload the same shit over and over again. It's like basically just like the same content remixed a million times, and all the comments are calling them out for it. Like you're just doing the same shit that actually isn't true anymore. And this is totally unrelated to the stuff that we do. And this is like, like helping people find jobs and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, this is all bullshit. And the person doesn't care because they literally make almost all their money from YouTube. So they can't be controversial. They can't mix up their show format. They can't mix up their video format, because as soon as they do, they're going to get punished and they can't make any fucking money anymore. So it basically makes you a fucking slave to YouTube, essentially. Like you can't actually, like, that's why like anything that I want to do, like I want my money to not come from YouTube, because basically if your primary source of income is coming through YouTube, you're totally fucked, because they can literally just destroy your entire career for any reason without any recourse. Like there's no way to know that you're actually in compliance, So, I don't know. It's kind of just funny, like that they're basically admitting that they have some sort of agreement with YouTube, because there's no way that they're allowed to do what they're doing, because they break TOS all the fucking time. Like there's just no way that they're allowed to do this unless they have some sort of, agreement. I would have to assume,
Well, I think they just said essentially, well, you need the algorithm to support you. You need to be monetized. You can't break the rules so that you're not monetized. So, I mean, just with all of that, there's a very small range of what they could actually say, do, and, it just has to be very small. And, of course, you can't stop progress. It's in the name itself. As I pointed out last night, it's just kind of the sloganeering, to words.
And why would you name your mainstream? Why would you name your fucking brand "You Can't Stop Progress"? Like that seems very odd for a conservative person to name their thing. You can't stop progress. That's a very particular slogan.
That sounds like something Lex Friedman would say or something. I don't know.
Well, it seems to me that it's all, directed towards this chiliastic view of, creating a worldly utopia. And every single person is sort of pushing for that, including these supposed conservatives or Orthodox or Jews or whoever. It's everybody's doing it. I mean, Jay is rather.
Yeah, even I think it goes even as far to say, even if most of these people don't realize that they're doing it, some of them are. Even these small-time creators who don't have hundreds of thousands of followers, I mean, even some of their content, like I said, like I told you earlier, Neurojack, about the Last of Us content that's being pushed. I'm telling you, dude, like, it's an entire psyop on the masses. The game itself is already a psyop on Christians and, the whole trans thing anyway. But, I mean, the amount that it's being pushed in the algorithm between the channels promoting it and then the channels attacking it, the amount of people like that dude who posted the critique about it a few days ago, and they actually removed his channel. Apparently, it was Naughty Dog themselves, the people who developed the game, who got the dude's channel completely taken down, and people are reposting that video on their YouTubes, and their YouTubes are getting demonetized and taken down for posting it. So, I mean, it's all rigged, man. I mean, basically,
Well, I
you
know that
can't.
you and I are basically experts on the whole zombie phenomenon too, and I think that like if you actually look at the zombie apocalypse stuff or whatever, like it's extremely deliberate, like how they're rolling that shit out. I mean, extremely deliberate for like 100%. Like there's no accidents going on with like the way they've done, the zombie apocalypse.
Agreed. Everything about zombie culture is definitely a psyop.
Yeah, strange happenings, randomized progress, stochastic, chiliastic, crystosquismic, cryptotechnics.
I actually want to see what they're saying. Like, let me. I didn't hear any of this. Actually, I'm actually extremely interested in what these guys are saying with Andrew and Owen Schroyer. I mean, the fact that you have fucking Alex Jones' fucking whole production team going outside, and actually, his morning host is extremely influential in these circles too. But nobody knows his name. But I can't even remember his name right now. But he's also extremely. He looks like a little young Teddy K or something, But you got like the Jeffrey Dahmer glasses on. I can't remember his name, but it'll come back to me. But they're very influential out here in the streets, as people call it. So let's see. I mean, I would love to see Illuma Tommy troll these guys. That'd be funny. All right, let's see what they say.
Yeah, he tried that, and then they just banned him. So
really quick, and I made like $5,000 in December for my YouTube revenue for that month. So I mean that doesn't hurt either.
No, not at all. Not at all. Well, I'm glad to hear it, man. I didn't know exactly what the backstory was on that, so I'm glad that's the case for you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was a long 3 years. All right, well, let's just get into the first clip here because we don't have all night. I'm sure Owen will be here soon. Let me pull up the video here. All right, Douglas Murray and Dave Smith on Joe Rogan.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
Since the war in Israel began.
So this was basically a Jew and a like what is this guy? Does this guy write the bell curve? Is that what this guy's famous for? Douglas Murray? Look this guy up.
Is that who this is? I've never seen him, Douglas Murray, before. I know that this clip is apparently like. I think I sent you a clip on this the other day from the
Oh no, that's Charles Murray. Okay, I got that wrong. So Douglas Murray, who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know who that is, but the talking points coming out all over the internet right now is that essentially this is the end of Joe Rogan, and all these conspiracy people are turning on Joe Rogan, and they're basically like saying that this is the end of the intellectual dark web that started back in 2019 or whatever, or 2012 or whatever the fuck, So like this is like they're trying to like put a gravestone on the last 13 years of fucking internet content, essentially, because of this, whatever this clip is about. I don't know what it is.
Well,
but
I think it has to do with what I was showing you, where he was critiquing Mencius Moldbug, right? And then Thiel got in power, right? So I think their ideas became out of sync with what's going on, right? So they have to subsume the role. So they possibly will come out later and rebrand. You know, like a guy like Eric Weinstein is not going away. Like we saw with that stupid ARC thing, right, where he's starting his
Exactly.
super PAC or whatever.
No, exactly. And I think no, but that's what I'm saying is like they're ending this particular stage of the intellectual dark web, and they're changing, they're re-engineering, retooling it. That's what it's like. That's what it seems to be. Why they're covering this at all. And I haven't even watched this clip, so I'm actually really interested to know like what they're actually talking about. So I actually have no idea what they're talking about.
They're talking about Zionism, like whether you should support Zionism. It's a very weird debate on Joe Rogan. So it's kind of like the debate on Raging Tomato, where it's like, why is this a legitimate question, right?
So let me guess, Andrew Wilson's going to come out and say, "I'm not a Zionist, but you know, the Muslims are a problem," and you know, let me go ahead and predict that. Yeah.
Well, he says that. Well, essentially, you know, he doesn't admit that he's funded by Jews. That's A, right? Then he kind of tiptoes over the issue and kind of says, well, you know, as a Christian, you know, you shouldn't really support Jews, and ideologically speaking and dogmatically speaking and doctrinally speaking, we don't support any sort of Judaism, right? But then he says that we should actually not do anything. You know, then he says that, yeah, so, and then he says, yeah, and by the way, Islam is evil. So, I mean, take all that together.
I was pretty close. I was pretty close. Shit.
So take all that together, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of, yeah, it's very close to what, you know. So the overall impression is basically what you said. You know, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
well, no, yeah. I mean, here's my interpretation. It's like, do nothing, aka sign your kids up for the fucking military and be a robotics engineer and build killing machines to help Israel and everybody else. And he's like, as a Christian, we can't support Judaism, but as a YouTuber, hello shekel. I mean, it's like, you know, it's like obviously. I don't know. It's Jay Dyer 07 glitchy rhythm. I'm just reading the comment over there. So yeah, I mean, I'm just curious what Unseen thinks about this, because I've noticed like none of the Orthodox guys that I've seen have covered this kind of shit whatsoever. So I'm just kind of curious about that.
What about Zionism?
I mean, about yeah. I mean, basically, I mean,
well, yeah, and I'll tell you why. Because their politics is conflicting with the religion, right?
Yep.
And what happens here is, since they're conservatives, they have to be supporters of Zionism, essentially, right? But they're getting pulled into, you know, some form of idealism, and it's chiliastic, and it'll end in worship of Antichrist, whether they like it or not. I'll give you an example. My bishop, he spoke out about it. He spoke out about the historical position of the Orthodox Church on the Jays, on Zionism, on Zionism, which developed from the Pharisees. By the way, it's a direct relation to that. Modern Judaism comes from that. So it's like there was people within our church that didn't like the things that he said, so they ended up, you know, joining the Antiochians. And the reason was because they were scandalized by even talking about them, which a lot of people are, because they conflate being anti-heretic with being anti.
So this guy worked for Murdoch for very long.
Right.
New York Post, The Sun, Telegraph.
Oh, look at that book. Wait, scroll down. Neoconservatism: Why We Need It, with an exclamation point. Okay. The Strange Death of Europe.
Islam is in the title. That's interesting. The Madness of Crowds, Gender, Race, and Identity. The War on the West, on Democracies and Death Cults. Israel, Hamas, and the Future of the West. Yeah. So then the other guy who's debating him is a Jewish libertarian. So I think you can see how that's gonna go, right? I can already tell that that's just a waste of time.
Do me a very big favor, if you don't mind. Go back to that for one moment and click that that Henry Jackson think tank he's a part of. I just want to double check. I could look it up too, but I just think might be interesting for the click that Henry Jackson Society thing. National Transatlantic Foreign Policy and National Security Think Tank. Neoliberal, neoconservative. The society is also known for its reports related to Islamic and far-right extremism. Oh, well, we literally have like a fucking MI6 agent on the Joe Rogan podcast. I'm sure there's nothing there to see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, if this doesn't make it apparent of like what's going on. Come on, man. So you have you have Dave Smith talking to an MI6 guy. Come on. Come the fuck on, dude. I mean, it's like and then you have Andrew Wilson for reviewing taking seriously the talking points of MI6. I mean, you know, I'm sure there's
crazy,
nothing.
man.
A journalist, that means he's a fucking MI6 agent.
These people have sold their soul, man. Just like, you know what? And a part of me thinks that the reason why they go to church is they think that they can be forgiven or something. You know what I mean? Like they feel bad about it a little bit or something. But there's some delusion there because it's like you can't just keep doing the thing, like betraying your, the faith and betraying. You can't continue doing that and just be like, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, I think they'll be in for a rude awakening with that.
Nah, Satan got their back, bro. Come on, we know that. Goddamn globalist calls coming over here trying to cause trouble. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
And since the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very.
Hello, Owen.
Howdy.
Howdy.
We hear you. We hear you. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
and
there
we
we
see
go.
you. Awesome. Let me
There we
fix
go.
this.
We're firing on all cylinders now, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure, man.
Oh man. So it look like it's about to go down. Now the Alex Jones show. I mean, with the Jay Dyer fellow, and lots of connections now between him and the Alex Jones people, and obviously totally fake and gay Zionist supported platform on Alex Jones, right? So wonder if he'll call him out at all. Wonder if he'll call out the evident Zionism on the screen. They're showing a fake and gay Zionism debate on Joe Rogan. Okay, so what could be the play here? I mean, this is actually very interesting. Optics. Not looking good for iHypocrite here. Seems like he's some type of.
He's looking like Goldstein from fucking
No, yeah, really.
1984 over here.
Our first time doing a little collab together. It'd be nice to hang out, talk a bit.
It's good to finally talk to you.
Oh, wait, what was that?
I didn't say anything.
Oh. Yeah, but I think it was like some kind of bounce back on the audio there, but it's just like, yeah, he's like, what I noticed is this is the first time he's talking to him. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, so what do? Just make a phone call to Alex Jones like, hey, can you send someone over? Right. We need some
We need Owen Schroeder to come over and talk to me and Andrew Wilson. Like how exactly did that play out, right? It's kind of weird.
like with no explanation, you just suddenly show up with like one of the most famous conspiracy theorists in the last 10 years. It just shows up on your fucking show.
And I think Wilson is definitely gearing up to be on Alex Jones or something. I mean, he's so I don't know why he's not been on there already, but I think this might be the step. that it takes for him to get up there. So I think he's gonna have
Well,
a.
Jim Bob's already been on there, so it's not a big stress.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
I mean, not on the main show, but on the fourth hour with Jay Dyer. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. So remember that time when Jay Dyer was on EBT and stuff? Like literally the next morning, Jim Bob was on.
Oh, interesting.
Alex Jones, yeah, and that's what I was trying to make a big deal about that day.
That's what EBT was telling me in my chat. I think he was trying to get on Alex Jones too. By the way, because he was telling me in my chat, he was like, "Hey, I'm going to be on Alex Jones." Well, either that or he wanted me to report that so that he could say I falsely reported it or something.
Well, I mean, nothing would surprise me. I mean, I'm pretty sure that all these people have some sort of connection back to Alex Jones or something, some shit. I mean,
but yeah, he was bragging about it. He was like, "Oh, they're gonna put me on Alex Jones." So, I was like, "You couldn't pay me enough money to show up on the show like that." Honestly,
I mean,
Andrew.
I would have loved to. I would have loved to have been on a show like a few years ago. Now I'm like,
yeah, I literally watched as they reported a story where they walked around Dearborn, Michigan, and said there's Sharia law in Dearborn, Michigan.
Well, it's funny because
we're literally, we're literally girls are walking around with yoga pants and a hijab on.
Yeah,
we call them hojabis.
It's really funny because Alex Jones used to say good things about Muslims too. So like he obviously was lying or I don't know what, but he used to say good shit about Muslims like 5 years ago. So I don't know what happened, but it's obviously become this like whole like the Muslims are a real problem, but the Jews
it's an obvious trend. Like there's a billion Muslims in the world. Most of them are sitting around laying eggs. If you're actually going to get up and start attacking them on a multimedia platform, you probably got paid by Jews to do it. Like, it's pretty obvious, right? Like, but I don't know why people are, in the dark about that at this point, because it's like, there's a billion Muslims, all different stripes. They do all different shit. They believe different shit.
Well, but that's what's funny about it is because I'm one of these few people that I've seen who's actually willing to go on, and I'm not saying I'm special. Like it shocks me every day that like there's a lot of comments in comment sections. You'll see this, but there's very few people who are like openly calling this shit out. Like, dude, I watched Alex Jones for like 13 years. Okay, from this point at this point, so like I've seen his talking points totally change. You know what I mean? Like this dude, like especially since that $1 billion lawsuit or whatever. Like this dude is not. His rhetoric has totally changed, dude. Like I don't know what happened, to him, but the narratives that he's spinning now are like everything against what he used to say. So like, or at least on the surface. I mean, I'm sure there's more to it, but on the surface level, he's totally switched his talking points. So. Yeah, something is going on for sure, and it's just funny that like this guy was saying, he's like the neocons are trying to get us to go and kill Muslims for no reason, and blah blah blah. Now he's like, well, the Muslims are our biggest enemy, and they're trying to rape and kill every white person out there or whatever. So I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that there is a lot of crazy Muslims living in fucking Europe. But my experience of dealing with them out here in California is they haven't really been causing any problems where I live at. So I haven't experienced that. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like to me, I know one thing. Like the way he's presenting it, it's a cover for a much larger agenda that is definitely not going to have anything to do with kicking Muslims out of any countries anytime soon. So, and I think that's why those titles of that guy's book that we're about to watch, Douglas Murray's books, is very interesting. Like, he's obviously writing the script for whatever narrative they're trying to put together.
Well, that's the thing is like David Wood, you go to this other guy, Piers Morgan, and all these guys are paid by Zionists. So how many times do you expose it, and show that literally they're paid by Zionist supporting organizations that fund evangelical groups, they fund illegal settlements, they literally, do all this stuff. Right? And they're constantly making, and actually, yeah. So I just think that's interesting that, people like David Wood or Piers Morgan or some of these big name media people, obviously Apostate Prophet, and all these kind of people, they get directly paid. Just, and nobody says anything. I just think that's very interesting. And then people on the other end, they're having debates and treating it like it's a legitimate
Well,
event.
you want to know something else that's really weird? And I'm sorry to like dominate the conversation a little bit, but
No,
like,
it's all good.
did you ever look into how the CEO of YouTube and her son died? Have you ever looked at that?
No.
You should look it up. Very
The
fucking weird.
CEO of YouTube, Susan
It's,
Wojcicki.
it's kind of funny that you're the only person I've heard, Nero, that even begin to mention anything about that.
Yeah,
Wait,
like
you're talking about Susan Wojcicki?
yes. Look,
She
do me a
died?
favor. Yeah, do me a favor.
fuck?
Look up her Wikipedia and look at what it says about her death and her son's death, and tell me it's not fucking suspicious. Very fucking suspicious shit. For real. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we should put this away and do that right now.
No, just do it really quick. 1 minute, 2 minutes, you'll be like, what the like nobody talked about it. That's what's weird about it too. Like nobody fucking covered it. So
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is a little sus that no one seemed to talk about it when it came out.
Susan Wojcicki, Chief Executive Officer of YouTube, net worth $765 million, worked in the technology industry. Isn't that kind of redundant title? Technology industry. She worked in the technology industry. Like what? Like saying like she worked in the machine factory. Like it's like okay.
yeah, if you look up her death and her son's death, very strange coverage on that stuff. Like the news was odd, very odd,
Personal life and death. Wojcicki married Dennis Troper, a director of product management at Google Belmont, California, in August 23rd. They had 5 children on September 16, 2014, ahead of taking 5th maternity leave. She wrote an article to Wall Street Journal about the importance of paid maternity leave. She was often quoted talking about the importance of finding a balance between family and career. In addition to her American citizenship, Wojcicki held Polish citizenship through her father. Interesting. On February 13, 2034, Wojcicki's son, Marco Troper, 19-year-old student at University of California, Berkeley, died of acute combined drug toxicity. Wojcicki died on August 9th, 2024, at the age of 56 after living with non-small cell lung cancer for 2 years. And November 24th, 3 months after her death, a final message prepared by Wojcicki was publicly released where she reflected on her career, highlighting the significance of creativity, collaboration, and adhering to core values and leadership.
Yeah, and again, if people go back in time and look up all the news about the shakeups at the Alphabet company and Google and and YouTube at that time, like there seemed to be some internal struggles at YouTube about content from the last 5 years, stuff that we can't talk about, And again, I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but I think if you look at those two events right there, like within 1 month, like her and her son died, or 2 months or whatever. It's pretty.
I wonder
weird,
who owns it now.
Yeah, I don't, and that's the other thing. I don't remember anybody ever talking about who replaced her or what's going on. But I think I sent you some of these weird connections of quote unquote hedge fund managers that know all these people, and yeah.
It says since 2023, the CEO of YouTube is Neil Mohan, and he's brown, and he's from Indiana.
Oh yeah.
And so he's a Pajit, as they say.
Who's laughing now?
So these guys literally work for Pajits and they hate brown people.
Oh, by the way, it says he grew up in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Well, maybe you guys have some cousins or somewhere up there.
Yeah, but he's not the type of brown that I am, so he's a little bit. He's like he's the deep Pajit, you know? South Indians.
Oh shit! Okay, he's one of them shit streeters. Wait, what do they call it? Street
shitters. Yeah.
Oh my god! No, but it's funny because like literally.
Oh, look at this! Mohan has also worked with Microsoft and sat on the boards of Stitch Fix and 23andMe. So he also worked with 23andMe. So
Interesting.
There's a connection to Susan Wojcicki as well.
Well, and again, you know what's really funny? I don't watch the news except for when I'm out, and I saw the news in the Bay Area is all telling people like, "Oh, don't worry, you can delete all your data from 23andMe since it went bankrupt suddenly, and now all that data is about to be transferred to whoever the buyer is." So they basically got all these people's genetic information, and they're selling it to the highest bidder.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah, I said that on my show. Yeah, it's pretty funny stuff. Yeah, people are scared.
Well, and again, think about it like this: you have Theranos and all these other weird, like biotech industry things that a lot of weird people went missing over. So again, it's just funny, like and then also Susan Wojcicki was a part of 23andMe, and she just happened to die of a little thing or something.
I hate to be the zombie LARPer here, but I mean, how many times in a Resident Evil game or movie have they plotted that specific DNAs are being targeted?
That's impossible.
That's right. It was just made by a bunch of Japanese people, right? Right.
Them damn Japs all trying to get on or trying to get us. They're trying to take our genetics over there in China. They're trying to go to Wuhan. Yeah, come on. I mean, let's go. I mean, obvious. I mean, dude, it's so fucking obvious. And and again, it's just funny. Like Andrew and I Hypocrite literally work for a brown guy now. So that's the funny part. And what's even funnier is this guy, I Hypocrite, has like how many 100,000 subscribers, and he makes only 5 Gs a month from YouTube. Like,
oh, by the way, did you hear? Oh, by the way, when he was trying to act like that Fox News lady was like a feminist or whatever yesterday, right on the show, most of his chat could tell that it was a LARP, right? And then on top of it all, he literally says to her, he says, "What? How?" we don't need women because we could just make artificial wombs.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, dude. Like that.
Yeah,
that,
so he
that
literally
weird
said
tweet.
the thing that you said. Yeah, so
it's
crazy shit.
Yeah, it's like basically you want to be a homosexual who just reproduces with test tubes, like Elon
what
Musk.
the fuck? I was like, no, thank you. I'll enjoy the box. Even like, I don't understand, dude.
Well, and did you see the other thing where Rachel Wilson says that she grapes him against his will?
Oh no. I try not to get into those issues, but they make it so cringe sometimes. I mean,
can you believe that she said that as like a Christian influencer?
No, that's incredibly queefy. Yeah, that's incredibly queefy. Yep. Yeah, that's
queefy.
Yeah, that's just
queefy.
I mean,
It's funny.
Wild. Yep.
Right? Where's Queen Laquifa when we need her?
She might have to do some graping of Andrew for the nanite babies.
Yeah, that's just Yeah, I mean that's super cringe.
That's not normal Christian behavior.
Don't worry, guys. It's just a joke.
Well, they were really TBE and EBT were really making fun of them because they did the stream. We could actually play it. I mean, right where they did a stream on TBE's channel with Grace Thorpe, and they were talking about how she wanted to beat up some lady that attacked him on the whatever show. So the ploy was that she was gonna go and beat this lady up. So she calls in and saying, "I'm gonna kick your ass, bitch." So how weird is that? Very awkward.
Grace Thorpe said that, or
no, Rachel Wilson called into this whatever show, and some prostitute that attacked her husband, she said, "I'll beat you up, bitch."
What the?
So that's fucking weird shit.
I'm an author, respected writer, and
it was a news story.
influencer.
It was a news story where and maybe they paid this girl to attack her. To attack him.
I mean, it's all drama. It's all attention based economy now. So I mean, nothing is shocking at this. I mean, like literally, I would predict that it's in the realm of possibility that Andrew Wilson will have his own sex scandal as he's running for office, and it'll be his humiliation ritual that'll get him, the candidacy secured by the Republican Party. And
well, I think he's probably gonna be on either Alex Jones or Fox News. I think having some type of talk show, and then I think he's gonna be like the new Bill O'Reilly, where he's gonna be like they're gonna bring Jordan Peterson on, and he's gonna like totally own him or whatever.
They'll just humiliate. They'll just humiliate Jordan Peterson until he's dead, pretty much. Like that's
it'll be like the equivalent of when like Bill O'Reilly brought Richard Dawkins on, and that'll be pretty much it,
And we have Mr. Pill-Eater here.
Yeah, bless
I now have 34,000 subscribers on Instagram because I made a very Democrat Biden voting meme that white people related to. And now they sent their midnight Operation Climax spies against me that work for R9K. And it's very, very strange. And there are weirdos calling me every day and wanting journalist interviews for some stupid little meme I made about Bushwick. And now, but in the return, people have bought my book, and I only had 3 cassette sales. But I don't know; it's kind of ridiculous for a normal guy to have 34,000 subscribers on his Instagram for some reason.
Wait, you live in Bushwick?
Yep.
Yeah, I used to live in Bushwick. That's sick.
Right. Bushwick, the white male, Asian female capital.
That's crazy.
Cray. They don't even know I'm on the live show either.
Well, Pill-Eater's been doing these videos about Bushwick, and he's having like all
the elites contacting him.
Yeah.
Are you a transplant? Is that what you're?
Well, yeah. And I lived there for 5 years, and then Manhattan for 2. Moved out to the Bay Area, came back.
Tell me this: is there a lot of mushrooms in your area?
No, a lot of white male, Asian females. Secondhand Records, Norbert Pizza, Mood Ring, Rebecca's, Market Hotel.
I lived there around 2020. It was just like tons of mushrooms, and I had a pretty wild experience on them.
Yeah, Myrtle Broadway. I was there in 2020. Myrtle Broadway. I was on Willoughby Street.
Yeah. Do you know like a place where there's like these like a red gate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's got like angels on it, but they look like dude, I felt like I walked in hell one day.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know where that is. Yeah.
That's the craziest place.
Yeah, I was on Willoughby near the Mr. Kiwi on Myrtle Broadway. Probably gonna go back there and to do a sleazy meetup, but who knows? Probably feds are on me now, so trying to grow out my evil the crow mustache so I could be the bad guy.
Yeah, that place is like a straight surveillance state, dude.
It's where the elites congregate.
I had a couple of I'm pretty sure they were Jay that owned the apartment I was living in, like the apartment buildings, and then they just like walked in to our apartment and started taking photographs.
Weird. Yeah, it's usually like Thai, Vietnamese, or Jews that run those apartments.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And somebody's willing to pay $1.5 million to live in Bushwick. That's the funny part. Like
Well,
Daly
don't
City.
worry. They're going to bring the Stasi Bushwick people to all parts of the country soon.
Yeah. Like, I'll tell you this. If I can compare Bushwick to San Francisco, it's kind of like, I would say, North Beach. Or like, if you imagine North Beach or like Japantown, but you put it in New York City, that's Bushwick.
Yeah, you know
And
what's funny is like when you go to when I went to North Beach during the C-19 time, the only white guys I would see were like obvious feds.
Right.
I swear to God, like it's all you would see walking around.
So Bushwick looks like it's Camden, New Jersey or Detroit, but it turns out it's all these rich people living in these poor buildings who work for like Disney, Vice magazine, and like. But the funny part is they're all working in their little tiny closet rooms. They pay $3,000 a month for that looks like Camden, New Jersey, but it's like they all have Asian wives, Eurasian children, and they avoid like the mixed mash of homeless people near Myrtle Broadway. It's really strange. It's like the only part of the country where it's like that. And the only similar I can say is like North Beach.
It's like everybody dresses up in like kind of like fashionable clothes, but lives in a rat-infested apartment.
Right.
Cat piss.
And they think they're living the punk. They think they're living like the punk lifestyle, but it's like they have a trust fund of like $250,000.
Yeah, pretty much. You know. Yeah.
And it's like when the money's all over, they're like back in fucking Ohio or like Indiana, and it's like they don't have anything left unless they like make a startup and they move to the Bay Area or LA where they work in Hollywood.
A little bit because I went there. I saved up money for like 3 years, and I lived there with a friend, and I was like paying like $900 for like one, just a room in an apartment there.
Yeah, my friend Harlan Venison, he had a bus, and his Madagascarian wife lived out of the bus near Bogart and Harrison, near Maria Hernandez Park. And I would go to that bus. We'd hang out and just like talk, anti-liberal stuff. And like during COVID, we're like, I hope COVID's good because it like will clear out all the stupid liberals. And there was incredible psyops telling a lot of elites or the unwanteds to leave Bushwick. And then within 5 years now, today, it's like, oh, never mind, come back into Bushwick. And it just got worse.
Yeah, well, all I experienced there were, like woke liberal type people that were like popping champagne for Joe Biden or something.
Right. They live near Central Green Knoll Park, near that area. So they live near the Central Green Knoll Park in that abandoned like beer factory, which has been like housed as like a new gentrified like housing project. Those places literally like 3,400, and they're like, that's what they're popping the champagne for. They all go in. They all have some weird. And here's the crazy part: when you walk near the Morgan
We lost you.
Cut out leader. Repeat that because you got cut out there.
Okay, so when you're walking Morgan L and you're Harrison Bogart past Central Green Knoll, there's a huge billboard and it says Twitch on it. It's a big indicator that all those housing projects are owned by basically OnlyFans models who use Twitch. So like Harriet Sugar Cookie or like Who Was Once a Song, they basically stay in that $3,000 a month and make like tips of $4,000 a month just showing their boobs online and playing like Pal Worlds or something, because Twitch is literally their market to afford Bushwick. I know.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the new ads that I'm getting on YouTube are now about OnlyFans golfing. So,
Right. It's going to get weird when you have like a glut of non-white women who graduate from like MICA to SBA, and their skills literally is being a Playboy bunny in the context of 2025, or just getting cum in their face and saying, give me lots of money so I can afford Bush for a month. Yeah, and it's crazy. There's a glut of them, and they're actually sleeping with all the top elites who are popping the champagne for Biden.
Well, and they're using them as like spies, and
they operate in like kind of.
Yeah, and basically they're expendable. So like if they just go missing, they'll say, "Well, she had a drug problem or whatever." Like I don't even need to know the details. Like I guarantee you, that's what's going on.
And that's why I've been obsessed with Say a Song, Lydia Lindo, is because I used to talk to her, and she would go back to New York, LA, and we'd talk, and she'd have these kind of post-left ironic things. But like when she wasn't wanted anymore, she just mysteriously died of a drug overdose, and she probably saw a lot of crazy shit. But it's like, for that time being, for like the last 5 years, she was a prostitute for the elites from Hollywood to New York. And she was like crying for help, and then all of a sudden she was gone by October of 2023. Those little story tidbits, very interesting, because you could say this is like some Jimmy Hoffa story, but it's true in this new age context of what's happening to prostitutes.
Actually, that reminds me, and I just want to mention this because I thought it was a weird detail. I was listening to Andrew Wilson yesterday after his show. He kept going by himself. And while he was doing his show, somebody said Kat Von D converted to Orthodoxy. And he's like, who the fuck is Kat Von D? And they said, oh, it's the tattoo girl artist who married Jesse James and divorced him. Well, guess who Jesse James is friends with? Alex Jones. And guess what he does? He makes guns. And guess who he's married to now? An ex-porn star.
Right.
That was totally fucking, like, raped and abused. Like, one of the most prolific early 2000s porn stars in the world that I'm not going to name, but you can go look it up. And
Mark Lombardi conspiracy web right there.
Yeah, it's really and like they almost get divorced every 3 months, and so like their whole Twitter, like if you look at the news, like she's like, I'm being abused by Jesse James, but he has my kid, and she's like trying to be a regular YouTuber now with hanging out with like normal people, doing like she's trying to be a firearms instructor under her real name now. So it's like totally bizarre when you look into that shit. Like they all hang out with like Glenn Danzig and fucking Alex Jones, and it's like a whole fucking bizarre cult or some shit. I don't know,
Bizarre clown circus.
Exactly. But yeah, I personally saw some of the stalkers that Pill Eater's getting, and so it's pretty bizarre because it's like some of these people look like literally like they're lesbians or something, but like they love Say Sleazy.
It's problematic because he only dates Asians, and now there's a faction of those spies that are like, I just figured out you only prefer whites and Asians together. That isn't fun, even though I made it clearly public on my website, even with 200 followers. They're really dumb and stupid. So now they're trying to do this recorrection or cut off that market from Pill Eater if he gets higher. But then there's an ironic market that's like, no, this is fine. And here's the weird part. They know it's true, but they're like, don't say the obvious. And if you don't say the obvious, we'll reward you further. But it's like, reward me with what? Right. What are you going to reward me more with? Weirdos that never liked me in the first place when I had 200 followers? There's really this one person named Emily something that, hated me on Twitter, blocked me. Then when Say Sleazy got big, she unblocked me and started texting and being like, oh, I changed my mind. You're really funny now. And okay, you can't trust those people. They're working for someone.
So, have you noticed any like kind of like change in as far as the algorithm based on anything that you're doing differently, or
Here's the thing. It slowed down finally, I think, and it's at 34,000 subscribers on Insta. It bled into my Twitter and gained 1,200 followers, and it bled into my YouTube, gaining 400 subscribers. My TikTok grew up to 6,500, but it seems like Insta took the biggest hit because the target audience are late 30-year-olds who did live all the safe, sleazy lifestyle and now have self-projection regret about it. That's what I'm noticing. But when I got really big, Red Scare, Reddit, whatever, started to try to do a dossier on me again. And don't listen to his material even though it's publicly available because he's problematic and we don't politically agree with him, and all they do is epithets and name throwing, just like they would do at Jared Taylor. So yeah, I have no answer for that.
what? I know you follow I Hypocrite on fucking Twitter. What do you make of him and Andrew Wilson and fucking Alex Jones, producer, all chilling out talking about the drama with Douglas Murray and Dave Smith on Joe Rogan? Like, talk about Mark Lombardi Web.
I think those people made it. They had a market, even though there's a story that Alex Jones was sued for like millions of dollars. I think this is their market. That's kind of like what Trump is. In other words, these are people who they want to criticize and change liberalism, but must work with liberalism in and of itself. And so it's kind of just a stagnant market. There's enough threshold for a market to make an income. And I think that's what happens. I mean, the whole point of running a social media campaign is indeed censorship, right? You ban users for a purpose. So if on your page and somebody's saying, Pill Eater is a sexist or whatever, I have the right to ban them because it's bad PR. They could say it outside, but not on my page. The North Korean government does that all the time. And if you do it well enough, that's what all car salesmen sell you cars, and all organizations get you. You don't put up a bad front, you put up a good front and let people decide. And exterior influences are mad because you have a slice of power. And so all that requires censorship, which is a type of exploitation. Yeah, they're safe sleazy, and they think it's a psychological operation to get across your Asian futurism.
Is it? Yeah, is the Scrams one is
yeah,
it's safe sleazy, right? Okay,
yeah.
let's play this.
Play it.
I seen maybe I'm tripping, dude, but I'm pretty sure in New York I seen cameras within like mailboxes. Am I tripping?
That's true. I saw it. It's absolutely true. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen those cameras before. The purpose of those cameras is supposed to be neighborhood watch, so nobody pulls a gun on one another. But it's like, okay, but like blacks really, really don't do that. They already have a community, so like, why are you doing that in like one of the most wealthiest neighborhoods that has an exterior of being poor? So they're definitely using the footage for something else.
Yeah, I'd say so. And I mean, like, they're like hidden. You know what I'm saying? Just enough, but they're like, you'll see like a red light on them or something. But
we're trying to stop sexual assault and date rape in the city, so we install all these cameras. But it's really just rich people looking out for their property, pretty much.
That makes sense. I don't know. But one time I'll just say this, but you know how like you'll have these or like food trucks that deliver stuff that's not necessarily food. Do you get what I'm getting at? But anyways, that was happening at one time with me, and I'm pretty sure maybe it was the cops or like a Fed or something. And he's like came up with like a camera and was like taking a picture of me while I'm grabbing my quote food back. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they definitely during back when Mr. Orange Man first came back in office, they were doing that in my city when the first flow of migrants came through. There was a bunch of unmarked, completely white or black vehicles, except for one little tiny Homeland Security symbol on the side of it, kind of, really small enough that you couldn't even read it from probably like 2 or 3 cars away. You had to basically be up on the vehicle before you would even notice the symbol. And my dad was one of the victims. I mean, you know, my dad does kind of look like a migrant from a distance, I guess. You know, he's old, wears a toboggan and stuff, and, you know, kind of looks, I guess, like you could say like an immigrant from a distance. And they pulled right up to him, woman in a car, took her cell phone out, took a picture right of him, sat there for a few seconds. And this was in the middle of a road. Just stopped, took a picture of him, looked down at the phone, said, "That's not him," and kept driving.
Yeah, what I felt at least there is that whatever's going on, they want, at least to me, it felt as if they want to turn people sort of schizophrenic or something, or like gaslight you to act like it's not really happening. You know what I'm saying, or something. I don't know.
Classic
That's not
Eastern
it. They're
Stasi.
looking for somebody.
That's what the
said what?
Stasi did in Germany. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. Yeah, and you know, I'm from like a small town, so I'm not used to that. Yeah. I
Well,
hate
it's pretty confirmed by multiple sources. Even Alex Jones has admitted that we literally live in a Stasi state. So I mean, it's like,
Yeah, there's no point to deny that everything that you have done since the day you were born in this technological age is monitored and cataloged and recorded.
It's like, here's the thing: you can get 30,000 subscribers on Instagram, and then like a police officer goes past where you are, and probably because they're scared of some type of disturbing the peace type of law. But now it's cyber.
Right.
I mean,
I used to
now that
write
you mention
poetry.
it.
I used to write like kind of like subversive poetry, and I remember one time I like posted on this particular website, and I got like a good following on this poetry website, and I posted like a pretty crazy poem, and I'm pretty sure it was a Fed, but they were like talking kind of like, I don't know, like trying to, I don't know how to explain it. It was kind of like damage control or something, like what I don't even remember the topic, but it felt like a Fed was a Fed or something. But that seems like really common, depending on what topics you're talking about. Like there's always someone out there.
well, when you guys see the Slave Sleazy video, oh shit, he left. But you guys, let's watch this video because if you watch his videos, like if you watch it and you don't know what he's talking about, which I honestly don't even know what he's talking about on a lot of these, like the reactions that he's
Yeah,
getting.
I'll play a few of them because it helps contextualize instead of just seeing this one weird ass guy. You get to see the
With
like some of the female characters
PDF
that he
stash.
invented. Yeah, because he invented some female characters. So these are characters that he's inventing for internet memes. And this one in particular became very popular for some fucking reason.
Yeah, and the way that people react to it, it lets me know that whatever he's doing is really making people nervous because they're like, "Oh my god, I love this," and it's like, no, like there's no 19-year-old women that are gonna understand what this dude's talking about. I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah, and Pill Eater went to art school, so he's able to contextualize these things in a far greater way than any of us can. But it's extremely effective, and we're just investigating why, and he's gotten a lot of attention. That's probably not good, but yeah, that's what we're here discussing. This is how we do random things online, and then we get all this negative attention from all these weird sources. People come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, I'm saying like that. What freaked me out this year is having the Templars on me, dude. I can't even believe that happened.
Right.
Like, what is going on?
well, they're just friendly neighborhood, volunteers that just want to help people and
Yo,
stuff.
son. They were not happy about pushing that Lenin was a Freemason in his provisional government and all this stuff. Like they were like, I think that's too close to home for them or something. If you start getting into world history where you point out like the big conspiracy, then they're on you.
Well, it's really funny. Like the only thing I've ever really been in trouble for is like when I talk about history. that like especially in school, I got in a lot of trouble for talking about history, and I think it's like it's what made me look into it more because like if I question certain narratives in history, people get really scared. I'm like, okay, let's look into that more. So.
Well, I can tell you personally, they didn't like it in school when I completely disregarded science and just stopped filling out science papers in class and stopped believing in the ball and all that shit. And I started talking more Christian, perspectives. So I got in trouble for that stuff too. They didn't like it when you're like, I'm not filling out a paper that the sun is a million times on the earth if I don't fucking believe in it. And I can't tell you how many times I got disciplinary actions because I wouldn't fill out the paperwork.
Yeah. If a teacher were to go to, like, let's say teach in a high school or like a college or something and say that Christ is God and just say that and teach their students that and that the world is heading towards like an antichrist one world system, they'd be instantly fired and probably locked into a like sent to a mental hospital or something. I think it's pretty crazy.
Or it's already here.
Safe
Or like
Sleazy
bring up
won't
like a
shut
topic
up.
like demons, like in like a public space. Like if you talk about demons, then you're probably sent to like they'll medicate you for it.
Let's watch one or two. I haven't seen all of them actually. I haven't been able to keep up. He's made so many. So.
Project. This was Save Sleazy won't shut up about a shitty bedroom scrams project. This was before he met Luna. Sleazy discovered Have a Nice Life. He had a 15 turning 16-year-old Puerto Rican girlfriend. At his place, they ate gummies and they played Magic. Then they did doggy style on the sofa. Sleazy's scrams music has long titles like We Hunted the Mammoths and Yet We Failed to Do So. He would put razor blades with blood in a 7-inch and he'd make all his music in Audacity because Fruity Loops is for e-grind. Sleazy likes a telesign not because of Sasha Grey. He would always rock his red and black polo and likes Natasha Allegri, but because of her emo anime girl graffiti. Sleazy's a huge fan of Kurt Halsey. He remembers KurtHalseyTattooSuck.com. Also enjoys Aaron Crotton and has seen the Dillinger escape plan 5 times. Save Sleazy won't shut up about it.
Like I literally don't know what any of that is, but the reactions that he got was very interesting.
What do you get a lot of views off that or something?
Yeah, some of these videos had like 15,000, 20,000.
Chicagoland, I'm Rocco from the O. I'm a white drill rapper. Listen up, foo. Chicagoland is the greatest American city. Down the street, the Rack is the city. Wicker Park's better than Bushwick. We got Quimby's Books. We got Wax Trax Records, American Industrial. We got Da, Chicago Punk. We got Ono, Black Industrial. We got End Result. The CTA on Pulaski is the best. Phil's Pizza is Chicago pizza. Bari is the best deli. Socialism started here. Wolfbait is punk. We got Son of Svengoolie. We got KMFDM. 7 Red 7. The great Wesley Willis. Frankie Knuckles. Mike Royko. Shane Mugby. And Peter Sotos. We get our Latin thoughts from Cicero. Chicago is better than Bushwick. I'm Rocco from the O.
Yeah, just let everybody know the punchline is Peter Sotos. If you don't know who that is, go look it up because I probably can't even talk about it on YouTube. But yeah, look at that. That's the punchline of that joke. I can tell you that much. Like if you mention Peter, if I was just gonna say if you mention Peter Sotos to people from Chicago, they get really scared, especially like social media influencers.
Yo, man, what's up? I'm Justin. I'm into metalcore and emo. I walk around the King of Prussia Mall all day. I like Kingdom Hearts and The Nightmare Before Christmas. I get all this stuff at Hot Topic. I love Blood on the Dance Floor and Crunkcore, especially Teach Me How to Scream. But Ian Watkins did nothing wrong. I wear my girlfriend's clothes and I think it's funny. She's 15. I had a Last FM page. What the fuck? And I'll make threats against anyone and I'll do it for the lulz. I also have a Vampire Freaks page, man. I make nonsensical, ironic jokes. I like Gur from Invader Zim and Jonan Vasquez. I love Cyclone 9, man. I even masturbated to every single Pokemon trainer on Galvaru. And I watch My Life as a Teenage Robot and Beast of Breaking Benjamin. Yo, man, what's up?
Okay, I'm not hanging out with Justin anytime soon.
So one of the big punchlines in that one is Ian Watkins. If you never looked that dude up, he did really good music actually in the early 2000s, but a few years ago he got in trouble for some unspeakable things, and he's from England, and yeah, it's definitely I would say Jimmy Savile adjacent stuff. Put it that way.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I think he's getting stalked, because he's talking about really deep secret shit that nobody wants to talk about in the music scene essentially.
Yeah, there was one with some Asian lady too that I was looking at. It was little Asian girl or whatever that domesticated a white guy or something like that.
Yeah, he got in trouble for that one for sure because he's talking about
domesticated white.
Yeah, that one actually got taken down off of TikTok, and he got a major strike for that video.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I want to play that one because that one's a little bit spicy too. Oh yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, this is
that's the one. So this one was too hot for TikTok. And
have you ever seen this type of Asian girl? This is Melody, also known as Mel, a non-binary person who wears Lolita and J fashion. She watched Pon 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 in high school and then discovered Fruits magazine. She saw Shonen Knife 5 times, but then her boyfriend showed her Juju and it changed her life. Now she has a goth neofolk rave vibe to her. She wants to be like the girl in SPK, loves the art of Trevor Brown, and discovered Suhiro Maru from Juxtapose magazine. She wants everything to be like Jet Set Radio Future. She loves the aesthetics of Atari Teenage Riot and calls the subculture AXA, Y2K Jersey Club Breakcore. She likes role-playing as Japanese even though all the parties are held in Chinatown. Contrary to her punk image, she has actually domesticated a white boyfriend in her house.
So this is essentially his fantasy, right? Because see, in the middle of it, he kind of said she's AXA, right? So she follows his particular subculture. So that's interesting.
Yeah, so that's why it's like a super meta troll on many levels,
Right.
because it's because nobody's gonna know what he's talking about. All those things he mentioned, I guarantee you, there's 1% of 1% of people in the United States are gonna have any fucking clue what he's talking about. I've never heard of anything in that video other than AXA. So
Come on, T-Mills played Atari Teenage Riot a few times.
Yeah, that's true. I've played the music before.
I have no clue what that is.
Redefine the enemy.
It's like German, punk music that they recreated with kind of screamo and a lot of electronic music.
Oh. I have listened to Soviet punk music, like the punk bands that were rebelling against the Soviet Union. They're kind of sick.
Yeah, that's got to be hardcore.
Yeah, it's sick. That's really sick. A lot of them got locked up in mental institutions for playing that music.
Probably electroshock therapy as well.
Eins, zwei, drei, Schwicki, Schwicki, Schweine.
It was like their own parents would call the KGB on them. You know, they found
Guess
out
what,
they were
folks?
playing it.
We got 8 people watching. Ah! Fuck you, censorship.
I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess.
I mean, that's massive, dude. 8 already? We'll have 10 in no time. That's incredible.
Progress.
Oh,
Myth of
Can't stop
progress.
progress. Yeah.
Can't stop it.
Incredible. And they totally failed, right? Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, me and Pilliter are being stalked as a result. So that's also happening.
Have you guys ever looked up the Hidden Hand?
Looked up who? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Was it?
The Hidden Hand.
I know that they run a lot of shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a pretty sketchy thing that might get you on a watch list.
It says a novel. That's not what you're talking about, right?
No. I supposedly it's like the real name of the people that kind of run the world, I guess, or something.
Well, you know, they go by different names. You know, I've heard it called the Cooperative. I've heard it called the High Table, the Hidden Hand, the Monkey's Paw. I mean, come on, man. How many times we all know that they got about 1,500 names a day.
Yeah. The Foot.
Mirth is Kang. You know.
I mean, I think there's an artist called These Hidden Hands. I think.
These.
But on a side note, when it comes to connecting the name Cooperative, it's actually pretty funny that both Resident Evil 8 and American Horror Story Apocalypse both call the Illuminati of the universe the Cooperative. So I think that's a funny little unique connection. But anyway, conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally believe that there are secret organizations. Obviously, there's people who given secret oaths, provably so. And yeah, that's the thing is that we have to protect against people who have taken secret oaths, and the only way to do that, like Machiavelli says, he says, whatever has success will be met with flattery. And the only way to defend against flattery is to make men believe you will not be offended when they're honest with you. And if we can all achieve that, just to start out and form a bond where we can say the truth to each other, and then maybe we could, actually offset something else. Because, yeah, it just seems like, obviously, those who are easily offended are easily manipulated. There's a lot of divisions among the people, and they're being controlled through those fake divisions.
True. There's also something, I think it's called like P2 or P1, something like that. And it was like a Masonic lodge in Italy that was connected to the Catholic bank or something. And then there was a guy that got like hung over a bridge. You guys know what I'm talking about? He got hung over a bridge with like $30,000 in his, or like a $30,000 gold bricks or something in his pockets. And that movie where Heath Ledger is like thrown over a bridge with a rope on his neck is the last film he was in. That's kind of like a replication of that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that whole movie is chock full of fucking occultic symbolism.
Parnassus or something like that. I think that's what it was called. But the reason I'm bringing that up is that there's a connection with that, and then Russia and the KGB and the mob and then the hidden hand or whatever. I mean, like all that stuff is like one thing. You know what I mean? Like it's and it's like the Catholic Church is involved with it. I don't know, man. That's a gnarly rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Catholics, the Jews, and then like the whole Nazi thing is just one fucking arm, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, like it. The more I got into looking into like the Bolshevik and then the Nazi Party being kind of like just a branch of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And then looking into both Lenin and H being kind of agent provocateurs, I think that's closer to what reality is. And we're seeing history repeat itself today in that same way that our leaders aren't really, like I would say, leaders. They're just agent provocateurs for, kind of bought by that movement.
Yeah, we got some. I mean, we got some crazy thing. Like that time when we were watching, Deacon Ananias, and he literally pulled out the theistic, evolution guy, and you were like, "That's the fucking Dimitri guy who teaches fucking theistic evolution." And you sent me the paper.
Yeah.
So yeah, these guys are fucking cooked, dude. Like it's just a
Right.
matter of time to watch this shit
Do
unravel.
you
They
think that
literally.
he knows that? Like,
Oh
you
yeah,
think?
100% he knows that. 1,000,000% he knows that. I mean, he knows what he's
See,
promoting. He's one of those guys who's like Aristotle and all this. See, this guy's not a dummy, right?
yeah, like I think he I think he understands it, but a piece of me thinks that I don't think he knows how nefarious that is. Like, I don't think he know that that's basically Orthodox dispensationalism or like Chiliism or something.
I saw a video, right, by a Christian channel.
Yeah.
That said Aristotle refuted Islam before Islam.
Oh.
And I was like, wait, so you're saying Aristotle was right? Because Aristotle didn't talk about Islam. So they're applying Aristotelianism to Islam.
Okay.
Now, why would they be applying Aristotelianism and saying Aristotelianism is either true or false? You know what I mean?
Huh.
See,
Yeah.
this is the kind of tricks that I'm thinking. They're trying to smuggle in Aristotle, right? Smuggle in Aristotelianism because that you can smuggle in Catholicism. See, it's a big hoax, right? Where it's like
That's Aquinas. Like I had
yeah, right, exactly.
I had a conversation with some Catholics one time, and I was explaining to them traditional Orthodox like positions, and they were bringing up Aristotle and philosophy and all these different aspects like that had nothing to do, and they were putting that over saints. You know what I'm saying? Like, and councils of the church, and we're like, oh, those saints of that council didn't understand like we do now. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. It was really weird. It's just modernism, really. Like they don't care. They don't think spiritually. They think logically and with reason, and they put that at the forefront.
Yeah, everybody left. All of our viewers left just by that. So I don't know what happened. Whatever we said.
It's your fault.
Crazy
No,
stuff.
it was probably my fault. I always kind of kill the vibe.
I don't know. We've had a pretty steady vibe going the whole time. So I don't know what
DJ
happened.
floor clearer over here. Just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I've yet to get into it, but they're so overly focused on this one Zionism debate, which is obviously a fake Zionism debate on Joe Rogan between a Zionist and a libertarian Jew. And what possible conclusion could these people come to on Joe Rogan Experience? That's literally been having Alex Jones, a prominent Zionist, Eric Weinstein, okay, who is a nefarious, weird character. Right? So I don't know. I mean,
yeah, you also have like Rogan. I remember watching this episode one time where he had that guy like Duncan, somebody who was talking about going to like satanic parties.
Duncan
and-
Trussell. That
yeah,
guy's
that guy, you know, and
he's
then
a Jew
they were
too.
like wearing
Yep.
NASA outfits, and you know what I mean. I was like, really?
Right. Doing a seance and all this stuff.
Yeah, dude. Like, what is up with that, man?
Well, his show is actually interesting. He actively promotes Gnosticism and Teilhard de Chardin on his show, by the way. Duncan Trussell.
I'm sure he does.
Oh yeah,
He's
he promotes
super
Singularity
sketchy.
University. He has guys from Singularity University. He talks about Teilhard de Chardin as the patron saint of the internet.
Wow.
Yeah, he says wearing these meat suits and all this type of stuff. The Gnostic whole thing. So yeah, it's wild stuff, dude. He actually went
that
to
whole
India.
guy's vibe is you could feel Satan about him, man. Like,
Well, he's actually wildly more talented than Joe Rogan. You learn tons more by hearing his show than Joe Rogan's show.
yeah, I would agree with that. I mean,
Yeah.
he is an interesting guest, and he does bring up topics that
Well, I think
are
he just
kind of
he
obscure
just
and
knows
stuff.
more what Joe Rogan's promoting than Joe Rogan himself. He's like one of those handler guys in the background, you know.
You're probably right. Yeah, it definitely seems like that. Like he's probably closer to the source or something.
Yeah, like he went to India. He had Ram Dass on his show, dude.
I have no clue who that is. Who's that?
That's the guy who got fired with Timothy Leary from Harvard. And then they started the psychedelic movement.
Oh, so CIA something, you know?
Yeah,
like,
very, very CIA. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So he
What's
was like,
wrong? You don't want any mind-altering psychedelics?
oh yeah, I got time to take those maybe tomorrow now. But actually, I
Well-
have to go to congregational prayer, and
Well-
and
well, isn't-
afterwards I go to my grandmother's grave. So
Well, isn't Duncan Trussell also from North Kakalaki?
I didn't know that.
I think he is, if I remember right.
North Carolina. You know what's weird
That's
about
right.
psychedelics is one time I did them, and I seen like a snake eating its own tail, like the Ouroboros, but it was like a loading screen.
yeah,
Like
the Techne-Boros.
Damn, y'all
Shout out
over
to our
here
friend.
taking drugs to see shit. I ain't never had to take drugs to see shit. What are y'all on?
I mean, this was years ago. Like this is like 4 years ago that I did this. But anyways,
Oh, look at that, 9 viewers.
So
Let's get that. Let's get those numbers up to 33. But so wait, tell me that story again. So you saw. Tell me that story again. You got you saw what a techno? What's the
A
techno
snake eating
Abora?
its tail. Yeah, Techne-Boros. That's from our friend Shabruto.
Yeah, so I seen an Ouroboros, but it was like a loading screen, like a PlayStation loading screen. You know how like a loading screen will do something before it gets to the next thing, but it was doing this thing like this snake is eating its own tail, and it was only like when I like kind of closed my eyes and I was tripping too. You know what I'm saying? Off shrooms. And it was just strange that I seen this thing. And I also had like an experience where it felt like an invisible being was in my room, and then it like ran out into the city, and I'm in Bushwick at this time too, and I could just hear like destruction all throughout the city from this thing.
You
I'm
sound
pretty sure that was
schizophrenic.
Satan.
Well, definitely. Like I would never say that I've done shrooms, but if I had, I would say that you know that there does seem to be a serpent like aspect to shrooms. I would say. Has anybody else noticed such a thing, or am I tripping on that?
No, I definitely felt like that it was opening up a realm to the demonic. That's what I experienced at least.
No,
yeah,
but
I
like
get more like I get more like little gnome guys. Like little gnome guys.
Maybe you have to be like on a
Yeah.
higher. Maybe you have to be on a higher dose because, like, allegedly, if I had done it, you know, it was very low. But it's like the thing I would say is like I saw like scales, like like when it looks like when you see a bunch of snakes, scales going in different directions. Like I think I saw those type of things allegedly, you know. And definitely it's like very I never felt scared, but I definitely felt like communication was trying to be established of some sort. You know, what exactly it was for, I don't know. But like, so it's just pretty weird. Like you're saying, so like it was like an entity that was going out and causing not physical destruction, but like metaphysical destruction, essentially.
No. It was a real entity, but it was invisible. But it was like almost like translucent to the point where you could kind of see that there's a person standing over my bed, like looking at me, but they're invisible, right? And I could feel their presence, and then they just like
Phase
run
shift
out
or
into the
something.
city, and like all I'm hearing is like sirens and people screaming, and like, do you understand what I'm saying? It was like whatever that thing was,
It was like
ran
Predator
out to the
shit.
city to cause chaos.
It was like the Predator and shit. I mean, I honestly,
Yeah.
you know, from a spiritual standpoint, I think that that's totally possible. I'm sure Islam probably believes the same thing. I mean,
Dude.
like a
So
jinn sounds
so
like a
so what?
jinn.
So what are you saying? It's like the movie Odd Thomas with the dude who got crushed by the Jeep. You take a little bit of something, you can see all the invisible, translucent creatures going around sucking and causing chaos to humanity. Something like that.
I'll tell you this, that not long after that too, I had like an experience where I was asleep, and like this it was like a spirit tiger or something, or like a panther was on my back eating my shoulder and had red eyes, but it was completely made out of a spirit, you know what I'm saying? And when I woke up, the area where this thing was like feasting on my shoulder, and I couldn't move during this experience either, there was a literal like bite mark there, like real, you know what I'm saying?
Stigmata.
Well, I guess that's what Tucker Carlson was saying too. He's saying that he got attacked by a daggone demon.
Reptilians can phase shift and shit though.
Yeah, that's why he had to get the
And
Kabbalah bracelet.
other stuff.
Yeah, he had to protect himself from the Kabbalah demons.
All right, this is the last story I'll tell you about this
Talmudic
time period in
demons.
my life. But okay, so I was allegedly doing something right with those things, right? Well, and I was only drinking lemon water, so it was like kind of like fasting while doing it a little bit. And I went to like I was half asleep, kind of whatever. But anyways, like I had like a dream, and it was like everything was like a cartoon, right? But I went to hell, and like
Bro.
it was like scrolling through levels of hell, and there's Satan sitting on this throne. There's like magma everywhere, and he's wearing like a bone mask, and he's got these giant horns, and he's huge, and he's like chained to a chair, and there's like these pentagrams sort of just like rolling by, but it looked like a cartoon, like it was like what you would see like a graphic novel or something.
It sounds like years of Luciferian propaganda and subliminal messaging worked on you.
No, this was like it was like being in hell is a spiritual realm that's closely related with like a cartoon realm or something.
I don't know about that. The hell I've been to didn't seem very cartoonish.
I don't know what that means, like if it was just like me tripping or what, but it felt real, you know what I'm saying? And I guess like I seen Satan on a throne with a bone mask, and he's like.
And you said you only had lemon juice?
Yeah, lemon juice, and the reason why is because it kills the spores in your stomach. Again, I'll say this. This was years ago. This is recent.
Can the spores like grow inside you and like make you trip all the time or something? Or
it's The Last of Us.
I don't know. I mean, that's just like kind of like, I don't know if it's a myth or what, but that's what kind of was, I was told if you eat them, and like if you don't drink lemon juice, then the spores could grow in your stomach.
Wow, that sounds like a great way to induce a mass psychosis on the entire population. You just get the cordyceps to mutate.
Yeah, well, whatever happened in New York in that time period was definitely, that's what was happening, because everybody that I knew in that general area was definitely on them. Like, and like rich people too, like they're big into like microdosing because of I guess it makes them more focused and more creative, and they're energetic on lower doses.
Well, it just makes you more in tune with the demons, so you can get all the money.
I would think so too. Like more focused on like looking at, you know, the love of money. You know what I mean? Because I remember at that time period too, everybody was like really obsessed with the stock market.
Everybody got their Robinhood accounts open.
You remember that? It's like everybody was like talking about stock in some way.
I mean, now that you mention it, it is kind of funny that right before the Coinbase was like opening up like them accounts or whatever constantly of like, you know, invite your friends and you can get up to $200 in Bitcoin if they, you know, donate blah blah. I mean, if they use whatever, you know, with your referral code. And it's like, so we're a country that's claiming that we're broke, but yet we're just handing out like, according to Coinbase, what is it like? Last time I checked, it was well over 100 million in cryptocurrency that people were just joining with these little accounts. They would do the lessons because they had these lessons or whatever that started off pretty simple. And now they have lessons for like, you can link your car and get $100 on Coinbase. And it's like, you have to give them your serial number and everything. And it's like, okay, yeah, because this is really about cryptocurrency, dumbasses. But I mean, it's just funny that, you know, right before the shutdown happened, that there was a lot of Coinbases just popping up and, you know, claim that we're such a broke country, but we're just handing out hundreds of millions of cryptocurrency to basically everyone.
Everybody was kind of like looking for like a get rich quick scheme or something. And
Well, you mean like the people who were doing the PPP scams? Come on.
Well, that.
Everybody
But
was
see,
kinda
that's the thing is the drug dealer always has to give you the free sample. You know.
yeah, to light your fire a little bit.
Well, I mean,
turn on your light.
Don't you think it's a little funny that, you know, when they showed in the Purge movie, when they went to go and offer the people, won't it in New York that they offer the in the Purge the checks? Oh, here's some money if you agree to participate. Oh, look, stimulus.
Yeah, that was sketchy. There was a lot of scams involved with that stimulus thing too, where there would be people that would do things like help other people fill theirs out to get theirs because they didn't necessarily know how to do it or were too lazy to do it. And then, yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I can tell you personally, as someone who did get a stimulus check because I have a child or whatever, the government stole the second one from my wife and claimed that they couldn't find it to contact the bank. And then we contacted the bank, and the bank claimed that it never existed, even though I had proof that it was deposited into the account. So, you know, there was a lot of sketchy stuff going on with that shit anyway. You know, no offense, you know, but, you know, every African American around me was driving a brand new, you know, car, but yet, you know, living in the ghetto or, you know, wearing $300, you know, sneakers, but, you know, can't seem to, you know, carry their kid from the car to the, you know, apartment building without ripping them up by their arm. So, you know, I'm just saying that, you know, this system to some extent is meant for certain kinds of people who just aren't afraid to take advantage of it. It's just, you know, I guess in some points of society, it's more rigged for other people than it is for others. Not necessarily in the fact that you can gain something out of it, but like, it's just, there's something about the system where people who seem to be a little bit more kinder and more, you know, nicer spirited or spiritually spirited, that, you know, it's not advantageous for people like us. That's for sure.
I don't know though. I would be careful in this sense, because what I did notice is that there was some form of political movement or propaganda to push like a race sort of war go. You know what I mean? But which has always been kind of like the case. Like if you look into like Manson or whatever, like that was his whole like doomsday cult goal was to like cause a race war or something. But I think that like that's technically whatever Russia wants to do, and any communist wants to infiltrate America, and like people are so poor here, like economically, or they're not doing too well that they'll sell out to these other countries to kind of throw their own country under the bus. And especially with conservatives and the left too. I'm not saying the left doesn't do it as well, but it's like both sides are doing this thing where they're kind of selling out to these foreign entities and pushing this divisive politics for to divide people here.
I believe that because a few years ago or whatnot, my aunt had moved to another country. I won't mention it, but she had moved there, and the kind of work that she was already doing, going around the world, going to these high-end business meetings for a tech company, making all these deals in different countries like China and God knows where else. And she moved to this country or whatever, and they didn't let her leave until, allegedly, I'm using air quotes, her and her husband submitted their taxes to the country. But I think it was a lot more than that. I think honestly that they had to prove that, because they were working in this country when they had moved over there. I'm pretty sure they had to basically like prove like anything you learned here, you're not going to take it back and sell it to your U.S. overlords. I don't think it was just simply because they're millionaires and they wanted to make sure that they weren't evading taxes in our country. So I mean, I have no doubt that even people like her, she knows the kind of work that she's doing. You can sit right there and try to put her on the spot and give her a morality test about the kind of job that she has. And, you can just tell based on body language that, she knows that the people that she's working for doesn't have the betterment of humanity at heart, but she don't care because, she's rich, even though she can't seem to sit down and enjoy the millions of dollars like she told me. So that tells you the kind of people that you got running in the world.
Well, yeah. Well, I think that the closer we get towards whatever end time scenario, it's going to be more people will have, there'll be a lack of respect for each other, like the growing cold of love, and just sort of a dog eat dog Darwinian mentality where it's like, the strong conquer the weak, and it's like that's why I've been covering, nihilism is the root of the revolution of the modern age, because it is. It's like everybody's nihilistic and narcissistic and selfish, and nobody trusts anybody else. We're kind of on in a prison situation. If you ever been to jail, it's like that. Like no one's gonna give you a free pack of noodles. So you're gonna have to, like, I don't know, trade something. You know what I mean? Like, no one looks out for each other, and that's the way society's now running too. Is like this sort of a prison state, technological and otherwise.
I agree. The main mentality that they're pushing for sure is use everyone around you as much as you can, get as much fame and money as you can, and when there are no more trees for you to breathe, then hey, I guess that paper did you some good, right?
That's a conspiracy, bro. You're tripping, dog.
Oh, that's right. Al Gore was talking about this shit fucking 25 years ago.
I listened to John F. Kennedy's speech on secret societies recently. That's pretty wild, dude.
Are you talking about that particular speech that he apparently, according to the internet, didn't make because there's no proof that he made that speech, apparently?
He definitely made that speech. I mean, he could hear him say it. I mean, what do you mean? What are you talking about? It's a recording.
Oh, come on, man. You ain't never played Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies, the first one, where they have JFK down there in the bunker with, Fidel Castro down there in the Pentagon? Come on. You don't think they can't, come out with a voice actor? I mean, come on, man.
I don't know. That's a crazy speech though, and supposedly I don't know how true this is, but that was like one of his last speeches before.
Yeah, the conspiracy is that's technically the last speech that he made before they, went and popped his cranium.
Is that true though? Was that the last speech he made? Or?
I mean, as far as what my research goes, I mean, because in fact, according to AI Google now, it's not confirmed if it's even a legit recording of them. So,
get real, dude! No way.
Yeah, dude. It's the same thing with the 9/11 conspiracy videos that were so available for years, and now you get on YouTube and you try to look up anything, and it's scrubbed.
Oh yeah, that happened in
search engines are useless anymore.
It's the 18, I think, 2018, maybe. When they really crack down on the conspiracy video. You know what the craziest one I've seen is that it's like WWE. Did you guys see this? It's like WWF, and it's like Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan, and their tag team was called the Mega Powers, and they're going against another tag team called the Twin Towers.
Oh yeah, making them Twin Towers for yeah, dude. I mean, that's the point. It's the same thing when you have people like Pnoid who come up here and act like they're our buddies and they're here to share knowledge with you, but then turn around and completely deny that something like all the 9/11 subliminal messaging didn't happen. When if anyone who's not completely fluoridated has seen these videos and know that these videos exist, and there is no denying it. But it's a conspiracy theory, so.
Yeah, there's something up with that dude. I can't necessarily pinpoint exactly what's up with him and what he's involved with, but something's up.
You gotta sit here and admit. I mean, wrestling's fake. I'm not saying that sometimes people don't get hurt and sometimes accidents don't happen, but I can tell you, as someone who's been to many wrestling matches, it's fucking fake. So I'm not saying it is.
But what's crazy about it is whoever wrote that script about that particular topic, this is years before what ended up happening. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a predictive.
Well, I mean, take the number of subliminal messaging. In Independence Day, when they're looking at the computer right before the countdown, it stops at 9/11, give or take, and then in the 1998 Godzilla movie, right before Godzilla comes into the park, the dude looks at his watch. Oh, what's the time? 9/11. I mean, you can sit here and say, well, at the end of the day, it's entertainment. Oh, you're overlooking. Oh, you're overzealous. Oh, you're conspiratorial. But I mean, after a while, you just stop saying that it's no longer coincidence and it's fact. So for someone like me,
spiritual aspect to it that
it is. I mean, on the day of 9/11, supposedly, Satan himself came out in the smoke.
I've seen that in a video. I know what you're talking about. That is crazy.
I mean, for someone spiritually like me who has had the experience, I can tell you, allegedly, hypothetically, there's a complete and total global conspiracy to, turn you into quote unquote alien food. I'll just leave it at that. You can overlook the alien issue all you want, but when you realize how serious that they're pushing aliens, it's not a fucking joke.
You know what's weird though? This is what's crazy about the wrestling thing. Okay, so Ted Turner is supposedly who built the Georgia Guidestones, right? And who's the big staple that was a part of WCW, because he owned WCW, the New World Order. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is up with that, dude? I don't know. I think like those guys were definitely promoting it on television in some way, like the plan.
Well, I'll put it this way. It's the same thing with, like, if you've seen the I Pet Goat video or whatever, the guy who made that video, he claims that he just came up with it off the top of his fucking head one night. I'm like, there's no way you're going to convince me that you came up with something like I Pet Goat just off the top of your head. And even years later, after years of analyzing that video, there's still shit on that video that I'm sure a majority of people still don't realize that whatever that dude knew, he's connected and he put it right there in your face. But, you know, look at the video. It's still up on YouTube. Why don't videos
What
like
is
that
it?
get
I
taken?
don't even know what you're talking about right now.
It's a video called I Pet Goat 2. Just look at it. It's a... Let's just put it this way, you know, every Christian fever dream or experience I've ever had wouldn't compare to the visualization of what this guy's basically put in your face. But, you know, videos like that are allowed to stay up on YouTube and, you know, get, you know, millions of views, while, you know, other stuff that's talked about that's even on the same league as what that video basically puts in your face. It's, you know, demonetized, shut down, or completely removed, like some of my videos. But, you know, K Reno, you know, one of the guys who literally puts in your face a majority of what's going on, including in the iPad video, can, you know, sit here and basically tell me and chat, you know, I know that, you know, and I can't tell you but so much, because, you know, he's a part of it too. So sorry, K Reno, love you, man, but we all know that you know more. Sorry, bruh, but we all know that you know more. It's just, I don't know if dude sold his soul. I can't confirm that. He don't seem rich enough, but, you know.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go do something real quick.
But again, you know, that just goes back to prove, as much as people want to sit here and say, well, there's no grand conspiracy, it doesn't really matter who you say the masters are. There's, at some point, it's, if you deny it, you either willingly denying it, or you truly are, as they want to say in, you know, today's terms, you're asleep. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because I can tell you, I've met people from the ages of, I've had conversations with people in their 90s, 80s, all the way up until, you know, people who served in the military and firefighters and police officers, and every single one of them know that something's wrong with their position of where they work. Not saying that every department and stuff like that is corrupt, but I mean, even they know that at some scale that, like, you know, it seems like every day that I put on the badge, or every day that I put on a uniform and go and protect and serve or put out your fires, whatever, that it just feels pointless, you know? So, I mean, people are not completely unaware of what's going on around them, but at some point, you know, people are just so complacent. I mean, we're one of them too. I mean, because at the end of the day, these people are going to do whatever it takes to, you know, to feed their families and, you know, provide. So, I mean, what do you do? I mean, you have a video like Ab Pet Goat that came out, what, around 10 so years ago. It sits right here and, you know, promotes the kind of stuff, the stuff that happened with the Gothard Tunnel. You know, oh, it's just, you know, a bunch of rich people out there, you know, having a presentation about a fucking train. Yeah, because, you know, that's really about a train, but, you know, no one wants to talk about it. And then you wonder why the world continues down the same shitty path. It doesn't matter whether you believe in God or not. Just admit that there's some people, where, if you want to consider them human or not, there's some people in this world that have complete and total control over the hearts and minds of a lot of people on Earth. And you got certain people who come up here and pretend to be your friends and then turn around, and we all know that you can tell when someone has their heart in an issue. And I can maybe count on my hand the amount of people I can name who really seem to actually care about it. Because once you take into realization, it doesn't matter really about the conspiratorial stuff about 9/11. At the age that I became aware of what could be wrong with the world, I realized that growing up 20 years after 9/11, dude, the world could probably be on fire and people are only going to care. That's why I started calling myself televised apocalypse. You know, people complain about violence. You know, oh, there's a stabbing. Oh, white guy got stabbed. There's, you know, a shooting at a school. There's this. But, you know, every day you buy video games that promote violence. You watch pornography that promotes violence toward women and other things. I mean, you know, but then, you know, you complain about all this horrible stuff that happens, but then you turn around and go into your movie theaters and watch things like Thanos that literally talks about exterminating half of the population. But, you know, if you get on the internet and tell people that, you know, there are certain people who want to do that to the fucking population in real life, you know, there's a problem, you're crazy, people make threats against you and all this other kind of crazy stuff. So, I mean, that, I guess at some point, at least you're doing something right. I'm just trying to find and figure out what my place in it is all, because, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all just voices and, recordings on the internet. So, I don't know, guys. I mean, take, for instance, what happened with me and my family the other night. Can't even walk my son to the store to go and get, some fucking birthday candy without two 12 or 13-year-old kids trying to sit there and test a grown man. They didn't know if I had a gun or what I could do. They didn't know me from a hole in the ground. But going to sit right there and harass me and my family just walking through a neighborhood that they didn't even live in, And even though I'm standing there announcing the fact that I'm a grown man and that I don't have time for your fucking teenage bullshit, complete and total lack of disrespect or, any accountability of, if they had a gun, what's the consequences of shooting me? If I had a gun and had to defend my family, with the consequences of that, like, people just are fucking heartless and cruel and don't care anymore. I mean, I've noticed that a lot of children, a lot of teenagers are as bad as, if not worse than, some adults. So, man, it's a lot of fucking programming that you're going to have to figure out how we're going to get through. And how do you begin to program that, what I call the 28 days later syndrome out of people, like what they did to the chimpanzee in the movie, sitting right there and strapping him down into a chair and holding his eyeballs open and forcing him to watch all the cruelty of humanity on the screen. What are they infected with? Infected with what? With rage. I would say retardism, but I mean, at what point is it? How do we deprogram a majority of human beings who, and it doesn't matter your color, I don't care, try to make it a race thing. I know people of all walks of life, whites, blacks, browns, it doesn't matter, who can be some of the most amazing, kindest people I've ever met. And then there are other people who are the most cruelest, meanest people you can meet. So, it's a never-ending shift spectrum of people call mental illness or, demonic possession or fluoriding. I mean, I ain't got no answers, y'all. Every day I pray to God sitting here asking, like, look, man, if you were with me at 9 years old, you're going to be with me for the rest of my life. And all I can just say is, we're doing the best we can. That's all we can do. I'm just going to tell you from personal experience that we're probably going to be the only ones on this hill taking our last breath, y'all. I'm just saying, if your heart's truly in for what we stand for, whether you believe in God or not, and you actually want to see humanity come to our best version of a utopianism that doesn't come from a fucking Hollywood satanic movie, how do we begin to answer that? Because we know that politics play a problem, people's, spiritualness play a problem. I mean, this is the human condition, and it's like we're trying to play doctor with the human condition. But, we seem to be the only sane patients in here, and it's the, crazy people running the asylum now. So, I don't know, y'all. I wish I knew the answers to tell you how we could begin to work any of this shit out, but maybe the most we can do is what we are doing now, especially for no offense to you, Reddington, but, those of us who do believe in a creator. And, for those of us who believe in the creator, believe that, he's got our back or whatever. But, I know that you can't just sit here with your thumb up your butt and not take any action. But, I mean, if you want my personal opinion on it, the reason why I've been backing off talking about this shit is just because I personally believe that, yes, we can, to some extent, change our communities, change ourselves, change those closest to us for the betterment of what we've been talking about. But in reality, you have entire civilizations and populations of people who are just trying to take their next breath, bless you, trying to take their next breath and exist and just get by. They don't care about what America's doing, what China's doing, what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, back then. Just there's a lot of people who just don't care as much as we want to care, and we want to get these problems taken care of and handled. There's a big, percentage of the population who just they only care about one thing, and that's either becoming rich and famous on YouTube or, selling out to the Jews, allegedly. So I might have to get off here soon, but I don't want to give up, but man, it's hard not to. Every single day you got people attacking people like you, TML, regardless of your, ethnicity or race. We all know when someone truly has a good heart, and I know that you're someone who has a good heart, and you're in for the long run when it comes to what's best for humanity. And anyone who attacks just that about you is enough, like with all the other proof I've seen in my life, to know that, just be safe, man. Just like with the shit that happens toward people like me, just be safe, because it's going to get to a point where anyone who doesn't put their hand over their heart and say, I pledge allegiance to whoever they tell you to, you're let's just put it this way, you come anytime you like, but you can never leave. So just be safe in what we're doing, man. That's all I can tell you. And hopefully maybe at some point before we're, Noah's Ark off the planet, we can figure out a way to at least make our children's lives a little bit more not hellish. That's all I'm gonna say. So sorry for the LARP.
Yeah, no worries, my friend. Yeah, bless you, Denise.
And then there were two.
I don't even know what to play at this point. Let me actually play one of me and Neurojack's OG videos at this point for maybe 45 minutes and see if that stirs up anybody to click the link. Right? But yeah, I'm sure we do need to record this somehow, some way. So this will be a fine time. Let's see if I can find this. I think it's called Discussion on Monoculture. No, that's my show. Afterburner. Is Christianity and nationalism being undermined? This is when Neurojack created the famous "What About Christian?" Nationalism, where everybody came on the panel. So let's play some of this. I think this is a key tape here.
Back when Neuro used to show himself on cam.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop. Children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. There's battle lines being drawn, but nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. Every time we stop, hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and carrying signs. Mostly say hooray for our side. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep into your life, it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Now, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. All right.
This is I'm playing music from Robo Kid. I think it's at the end of an era, and he's celebrating with some music over his channel. Please subscribe to Provo. And I'm not sure who's here in the chat, but thank you for joining, whoever's in here. I know Boy and Machine Lies and Mela joined, but if anybody else is in here, welcome. Hey Grant, what's up, man? Yeah, if anybody wants to join in the stream, please do. It took me a minute to figure out how to plug in some headphones, so that's why it took a second there. I'm going to play my recent video I made while I just kind of collect my thoughts a little bit. Let you guys enjoy, hopefully. If anybody has any topics they want to cover, please let me know, because depending on the interaction here, I might go into a pretty deep dive on some stuff. If there's not much interest, then I'll just keep it more for fun. But yeah, if anybody wants to join, please click the StreamYard link, and we'll get you on here in a second.
He's in the case files. Ricky's hand, Carl, me, all of it. Hong Kong, all of it. It's all in the case files. You're joking. 100% true. Talk about rush hour too. And then I said contribute to a buddy company. Oh yeah. So we're talking about rush hour too. It's all the case files. Lee, close to the doctor.
Big move from their end. The great move for you to counter that.
And this is my point. The incompetence of my enemies. This is my point. I keep winning. I keep winning every game. Every chess game they put me down for, I just check them. They must hate me. It's no longer just law. It's personal. These people hate me. They go, I given medical paper, just pretending he's still there for medical reasons. He's closer to the doctor. Let's take Andrew out. They took me out that morning. Let's take me for an individual call. Let's raise his times. Stole the box. Stole the $10. Stole the interest. And then Carly, crime balls, rush hour. And then when they find out it's a fuck.
Over the last several years, I've been buying vacant properties for $60,000 to $70,000 in the Midwest and the Southeast. These are move-in ready properties, guys. They do exist. From there, we use creative financing to put anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 down per property. We're not using any banks. So if you have bad credit or no credit, you can still buy your first rental property. After we close on these units, the Section 8 tenant in, meaning the federal government pays your rent every month for that tenant. So you never have to worry about not collecting your rent. I look at guys get asked all the time. Over the last several years, I've been buying vacant properties for $60,000 to $70,000 in the Midwest and the Southeast. These are move-in ready properties, guys. They do exist. From
about that.
Textual criticism is not about interpretation or about understanding a text. It's not about criticizing a text. It's not about trying to figure out what historically happened behind the text. It's none of those things. It's a technical term referring to trying to establish what the text originally said and how it got changed. And so with the New Testament, it's trying to figure out, when you're studying the Gospel of Luke,
Who's Victoria Nuland?
it's not trying to understand what it means. It's trying to figure out
All
what
these hard
the
questions.
early-
I do not
oldest
know
form of the
Victoria
words
Nuland
are. Hopefully
personally.
the words
I know Fred Kagan, and his
Thank
brother
you.
Bob
Not
is
when
married.
you've got as many manuscripts.
Phaedo and these other ones, but the Timaeus is his cosmology, his philosophy, theology of the origin of the universe.
I'm not trying to be mean.
Region down to this day, but Thoth may very well last. Merged with Hermes, he would then become fused with Enoch, Idris in the Abrahamic world, and his primeval wisdom would survive under a new religious cloak. In the Latin Aesculapius and technical manuals of the occult sciences, he would survive into the Latin West, smuggled right into the heart of Christianity, sometimes even thought to be the teacher of Moses, sometimes thought to be Moses himself. That idea goes back to Architechtonics. With the Muslim conquest of Constantinople, the entirety of surviving Hermetic philosophy would begin to make its way into the Latin West, and this fascination with the ancient, even primordial wisdom of Thoth and his many guises has not abated since. In this
Please consider becoming a patron of Myth Vision Podcast. You'll get early access to every video, including this amazing one, and you can ask me personal questions, private message me, anything you like.
So sweet. I didn't intend for this to be the next thing to play, but it is fitting because it is going to fit into a lot of the stuff that I want to talk about. So I'll just roll with this for now. Myth Vision. Meth Vision.
Professor Elaine Pagels, can you tell me about the Gospel of Mary Magdalene?
It's really bizarre with
The Gospel of Mary Magdalene is an ancient
fake
text.
applause.
It's at least 2,000 years old.
Elaine Pagels,
But we never
Machine
knew what it
Wise
was
favorite philosopher of all
because
time, I think.
Leaders of the church, 300 years after it was written, burned it, censored it, destroyed it, did everything they could to obliterate it. So the question is why? Recently, 5 pages of it were found in the Find with the Other Secret Gospels. Actually, I'm sorry, I was wrong. To correct myself. Actually, it was the end of the 19th century. It was something like 1896 in a garbage dump in Egypt where you find a lot of old papers. There were fragments of the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. 5 pages left. It was probably like a 25-page text. And scholars didn't know what to do with it. And they just sort of ignored it for a while. But it is an amazing text. This text suggests that it's not written by Mary Magdalene, but it's about Mary Magdalene. Here, while Luke pictures her as a woman who'd been possessed by devils, and she later has the reputation in Western Christianity being a prostitute, that's not in the New Testament. She was never said to be a prostitute. That connection was made later by some of the popes who were trying to show why women could not be disciples or priests. Mary Magdalene was kind of a figurehead. But in the Gospel of Mary, it opens the fragment we have in which the disciples are terrified. They're saying, they killed Jesus. They're going to do that to us. How can we go preach the gospel? They got him. They're going to be after us too. And they're terrified. Then Mary stands up and it says she turned their hearts to the good. And she said, brothers, be of good courage. You know, the Lord has strengthened us and turned us into men. Well, actually, it's into human beings. She's made us into full human beings. And she says, the Son of Man is within you. Follow after him. Within you. He's within you. Follow him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she gives them courage, and they begin to recover their spirits through Mary Magdalene's teaching. And then Peter turns to her and says, Sister, we know the Lord loved you more than other women. Why don't you tell us some of the things he said to you? Maybe we were away, we didn't hear them. So you might have heard something we hadn't heard. You have something to tell us? And she says, yes, Peter, it's not just that you were going out to buy lunch. He kept some things from you that he told me. And Peter says, wait a minute, you mean he told you things he didn't tell us? Why would he turn and talk to a woman and not to us? And Peter gets angry. He says,
I'm just going to let her play in the background while she spews her nonsense, and I want to get your take on the lovely Miss Pagels,
my brother Peter, what do you think?
or Bagels, or whatever her name
Do you
is.
think I'm making this up in my heart? And he says, yes. Yes, I think you're just making it all up. And then his brother Andrew comes in and says, Peter, you've always been angry at women. If the Lord made her worthy, who are you to turn her down? Who are you to demean her?
So what do you think of our lovely lady here, Machine?
Well, she's a very, important thinker in the modern age, a purveyor of mythicism, especially in this book where she explains the Gnostic myths, and she makes some very strange statements in this book beyond belief. And in her other books, the Gnostic Gospels, very strange statements that she makes, kind of blurring the lines. I think, she tries to blur the lines between Gnosticism and Orthodox Christianity. And that is one of the main ways in which she proceeds to confuse the masses. One of the main statements she makes in this book is that she says that Paul is Jewish mysticism. And I've seen you cover a lot of this content on Esoterica, I believe. The Esoterica channel and a lot of the other channels where they claim that the Orthodox Christian belief in terms of the Paul's version of Christianity is no different from Jewish mysticism. And this is, of course, totally false belief system because Jewish mysticism, as we previously discussed on Traditional Cultures podcast, is a 15th century development. So how does she relate that to things like the Gospel of Thomas, where she clearly draws a clear line between Jewish mysticism and Gnosticism? So why should we, first of all, why should we ignore the links that she provides between Jewish mysticism and Gnosticism? And then second of all, why should we conflate these things with some sort of Christian teaching that has clearly rejected these notions for 1,500 years? These are questions that she refuses to answer, as we quickly see,
Yeah, and I do actually, I can go two ways on this one. I can go directly into where we left off with the Christian nationalism thing, or I do want to get into the theology as well, because I think it's really hard to separate the two things, to be honest. But that may not be apparent to the general audience. So I want to try and lay down a basic foundation for these people, because I do think there is some truth in some of the stuff that Esoterica and Pagels probably says, but whatever truth is in there is probably obfuscating a greater truth or some other truth that is a little bit more pertinent to the situation that we find ourselves in. And you seem to have a very good grasp on kind of what's going on with that. So I'm going to play this other clip from Esoterica if I can find it really quick, because I'm just going to play a few minutes of this just to give a basic overview of this and see if this makes sense to you. And I think we'll quickly kind of give a brief overview, and then we'll jump straight into how that relates to the situation that we're finding ourselves in right now. Let me play this for a second. Let me know how the audio is if it's not correct.
After years of extreme effort, mystical experiences often serve as the foundation stones upon which whole empires of religion are built, and yet the same experience remains as remote as ever, locked away in the vault of time, in the inner reality of pure experience beyond language and logic. And yet, there are mystical experiences so decisive for the trajectory of world experience that they deserve the most sustained and profound analysis possible. Paul, the recent convert to the Messianic Jesus movement, seems to have had just such experiences throughout his lifetime. Sometime after his conversion, following a previous mystical experience on the road to Damascus, Paul would enter into an ecstatic state by his own account, in which his Lord, the resurrected Jesus, would give him direction that would alter the course of human history, to go and preach about the messianic and salvific redemption achieved by Jesus the Christ to non-Jews, to spread this otherwise Jewish movement to the wider Gentile world. Paul may have disclosed clues to this world-altering mystical vision some 14 years later while vying for apostolic authority in the community of believers at Corinth. What he reveals, although elliptically, to be honest, is still shocking. Paul seems to have been a practitioner of folks like Schaeffer, Siegel, Tabor, Maury Jones, and others through the late 80s and 90s till now. We now have a much firmer grasp on what the nature of the mysticism that Paul's referring to and how it seems to have set the foundations for the very earliest elements of Christian theology. Yeah, I think it's that important. So, what if I told you that a surviving apocalyptic and mystical literature from the centuries around Paul's lifetime actually described people ascending into supernal realms, really descending into them, hearing strange, unutterable words before glimpsing the divine glory and being transformed into quasi-angelic beings? Yeah. Paul seems to have been an adept of this mystical tradition, now known to scholars as Merkava mysticism or Hechelot mysticism, the Merkava being the divine chariot throne.
So I think you probably understand more what he's saying than I do, so I wanted to get your take on what that is.
Yeah, I think if you look at the most recent instances of what he's referring to, and you can get to this Heckelot mysticism, it's based on this this synthesis of the Wheel of Ezekiel and this chariot mysticism, and if you look at where it's developed, Heckelot literature, it says it's developed in the early Middle Ages. Some believe from Talmudic times or earlier. When is the Talmud developed? These are interpretations of the biblical text of the Apocrypha, and some of the other texts going into 500 AD and way after that. You have the Jerusalem Talmud coming way after the Babylonian Talmud, which occurs in 500 AD. So you have these instances as way late. So how could something developed as 1000 as late as the Middle Ages, which is 1000 AD, going back as far as Paul? It's not really explained, how Talmudic interpretations of Judaism that come much later. Well, they're alleging that these Talmudic interpretations were the original form of Judaism. Well, this cannot be seen because in the 1st century AD, there was 4 different sects of Judaism. There's many different sects of Judaism in the 1st century AD. The Pharisees were just one sect. Like Slowboy said, Paul was a Pharisee, not a mystic. A Pharisee is not the same thing as somebody who understands and reads the Kabbalistic text or has a Kabbalistic interpretation that was developed in the 11th century. Now, what do they use as proof of that? The only thing they have as proof of that is the dichotomy that Paul uses between spirit and flesh. But then this was hijacked by the Gnostics and then later ascribed and later hijacked by the Jews and the Kabbalists in the 15th century. What does this have to do with Paul? You know what I mean? It's really sort of confusing. So to see, and Elaine Pagels makes the same exact statement. I don't have the exact reference for it right now, but it's inside the book that I wrote, and in others where I describe the different facts or the supposed facts that she mentions in her book Beyond Belief. She claims that Paul is a follower of Heckelot mysticism. And I found this claim to be completely untenable, indescribable, by the facets of, of what Heckelot mysticism was and how it was developed. Late stage interpretations of Talmudic doctrine that occur in medieval aspects of Judaism. You know what I mean? So this is in the 11th century AD. And not in the 1st century AD. This is 1,000 years off the mark. If they could be more historically inaccurate. I mean, I don't know, what they would need, but, But I saw him. Yeah, I saw him also. Put a portrait of Paul and Thecla. Now, the Acts of Thecla is another apocryphal scripture. So he's then making reference to apocryphal scriptures. Acts of Thecla, that's not included or canonized by the church. He's then using that as proof. Well, what does the Acts of Thecla tell us about Paul? Historically, it says almost nothing about Paul. Historians have dismissed it as something that was written to portray Paul in a certain way and not something that's attributed to Paul himself. I don't know how much we are to take their word for these things, but that's just what they claim. So if these people are taking some sort of modern historical interpretation of these things, I mean, it's way off the mark.
To repeat, Arita Hermita auk ezon anthropo lalisai. On behalf of such a one, I will boast, but not on my own behalf. I will not boast, except out of my own weakness. But I wish to boast. I will not be a fool, for I'll be speaking the truth. For I will be speaking the truth, but I refrain from it, so that no one may think better of me than what is seen in me or heard from me, even considering the exceptional character of these revelations. Kai te hyperbole ton apocalypsion. Therefore, to keep me from being too elated, a thorn was given me in my flesh, an angel of Satan to torment me. Idothe moi skolops te sarki angolo satana hine me koliphazi. To keep me from being too elated. 3 times I appealed to the Lord about this, that it might leave me. But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you. My power is made perfect in weakness. So I will boast all the more, glad of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may dwell in me. There I am content with weaknesses, with insults, with hardships, with persecutions and calamities for the sake of Christ. For whenever I am weak, then I am strong. I have been a fool. You forced me to it. Indeed, you should have been the ones commending me. For I am not at all inferior to these super apostles, even though I am nothing. The signs of the true apostle were performed among you with the utmost patience, with signs and wonders and mighty works. This passage may well be one of the most extraordinary in the entire New Testament. In an effort to establish the legitimacy of Paul's very tortured for apostles, or sometimes the, as I can tell, not a single scholar prior to 1901 even thought to ask the question, and what is probably the single most historically decisive mystical experience ever experienced in some ways, went basically fundamentally misunderstood since it occurred in the 40s of the Common Era. It's only been since the 20th century, really starting in the 1980s, that scholars have reluctantly even begun to put a spotlight on the esoteric and apocalyptic character of Paul's mysticism and how his mysticism was absolutely decisive in his religious trajectory. In fact, centuries of especially Protestant scholarship systematically sidelined this mystical element of Paul's vocation in a spectacularly biased and frankly stupid attempt to make Paul out to be a kind of proto-humanist Lutheran, detached from all that icky, superstitious Catholic nonsense, papistry, much less understanding him as a Jewish mystic. Gott in Himmel, nein. But thanks to pioneering scholarship by folks like Schaeffer, Siegel, Tabor, Maury Jones, and others through the late 80s and 90s till now, we now have a much firmer grasp on what the nature of the mysticism that Paul's referring to and how it seems to have set the foundations of mysticism. The Merkava being the divine chak, which detail positively elaborate journeys through the heavens and throne of God on really expressing speculation, expound upon forbidden sexual relationships with these that he should not, and kind of still certain kinds of spells of these mystical ascents. Been as a Metatron. The angel Metatron was allowed to sit upon the divine throne and record the merits of Eretz Israel. This may be testimony that despite the later redaction of these texts, these do preserve material from a much, much older period. Now, I've done a whole episode on the Merkava. Some length. This literature contains a truly complicated collection of visionary narratives, yoga-like techniques, of mystical ascent, magical-like literature, and even documentation of the vast dimensions of the divine body, the physical kavod of God. In fact, in one of these texts, the ascent narrative of Rabbi Akiva I just described a moment ago is actually found in that text, probably in an older version in the first person, as described by Akiva himself. Though in that text, the other, I think it substantially aids in clarifying Paul's 2 Corinthian vision and maybe Paul's entire mystical theology. Let's see how. Paul describes being taken up into paradise, or the third heaven. Paradise, or the Pardes, we've just seen in the Tosefta narrative about the 4 descenders. The third heaven here is interesting, given that most of the later Merkava texts tend to speak of an inwardly nested 7-tier heaven. You can think of the Hechalot as kind of like a Russian doll made of heaven. But earlier, more apocalyptic Enochic texts actually do imagine the supernal realm to be structured like the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, with an outer courtyard, an inner holy place, and an even interior Holy of Holies, fine palaces, as if they were physically there, that they could be physically killed, they could be physically incinerated, literally walking around and seeing things just like I'm.
Oh shit.
Yo, man, what y'all doing?
Nothing really. I was replaying some shit.
Oh, work. I don't know. Like I was just like out here, like rolling down the motherfucking road, making some money. Seeing what's going on with y'all. Scored because, like, you know, everybody's a bitch.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Everybody left the stream. They're chilling.
Everybody left the stream.
Yeah, everybody left the stream.
There
Nerve's
was
gone.
like 6 or 7 people.
Yeah, there was like
earlier.
6 or 7 people here. They all just kind of left. They all just kind of booked it. And so I just unraveled. I turned on some random shit. I'm just trying to see how many people I could get in here on this different channel because we are censored on the other channel. So yeah, P Shekel.
Struck
Oh,
down.
this guy knows you.
Yo, who is it?
Audit the autist.
Audit the artist?
Yeah.
No, there's the S before the T.
Like, yo, listen, man. You know, what I mean, there's a lot of motherfuckers who feel a way about me because I said, like, you know, like I don't care about like the Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Right? You know what I mean? Like I'm like apathetic to them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so like that's why I don't get like banned on YouTube for talking about them because I just don't care. Right? I don't think they're running the world. You know what I mean? So everybody's like, "You're a Jew shiller," and I'm like, I don't care about them. You know what I mean? Like, I said we should have radical egalitarianism in like the Gaza Israel conflict and arm both sides, right? You know what I mean? Because I literally just don't care, right? But apparently that makes me a shoe, like a shield for the Jews.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I've been called Gnostic. I've been called pro-Jewish. I've been called all sorts of things. Right?
I get called shit all the time, right? Like most motherfuckers think I'm black until they meet me. And I mean, they see my face and they're like, "Oh man, listen, how are you white?" I'm like, "Yeah, listen, this is what happens when men have testosterone. They have deeper voices, right?"
I didn't think so. I knew you were white, especially say Appalachian gorilla.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Most people say I'm black. Like, honestly, God, like all the time, they were like, "I thought you were black." I'm like, no, no, no. Plus the Philly accent thing.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to review this video and everybody left. But yeah.
Yo. Did you put on that Middle Nation thing I sent earlier?
Oh yeah, let me put that on. Let me see what's going on here.
Yo, that
Yeah,
shit is fucking fire, son.
Okay. Let me see. What?
Like he starts yelling like Malcolm X used to do. It's fucking. That's what I like about this. It reminds me of Malcolm. Where I'm like, yo, I didn't know I needed more Malcolm X content, but like I do.
Yeah, that's one thing we could definitely read is Malcolm X on Zionism. Interesting. I mean, but yeah, where is, because I have an article that he wrote on it. But here is oh man, I think I closed this out. Let me see where I put it. Or either that, or I opened up another link in another page in another tab or whatever the fuck it is.
It'll probably be in your YouTube history. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's what I'm looking. That's where I'm looking for it in the YouTube history. I'm like, what the? I'm like, where'd it go? Where'd it go?
I don't know.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. I was about to say YouTube is straight up Mandela affecting the history out here.
Yo, man, it's like the CE thing, bro.
Gaslighting you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Here it is. 10 people watching now. It is what it is.
What up, y'all? Yo,
It
man,
is
thank
what
you
it
for
is.
watching Machine
11.
Lives, man. Listen, make sure you go to my Substack, Appalachian Gorilla.
Appalachian Gorilla Substack. Definitely.
Check that shit out.
And of course, the Machine Lives channel. Here, let me put. Yeah, maybe I should just put my OG channel in the chat.
No. What you should do is start a Substack and start writing over there, bro, and get paid. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
By who?
Yeah, that's mysterious.
By
I don't know if I can
Substack?
accept. I don't know if I can accept those funds. Mysterious funds. Mystery funds.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Make money.
Are you getting paid by Substack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, so I mean, I could just transcribe like my last 4 like presentations I did on the Lul.
Yeah.
And just bam, just get paid for it.
You get like
I just
what,
do the
like
transcript.
$20?
Yeah, exactly.
You just grind it out.
Buy a dime sack.
Right, listen, no. Like, here's what it is, right? Like, basically, what you do is you go on like their front page, and half of their front page is literally just people going like, "Drop your Substack below, we'll grow together," right? And like, but you just drop your Substack, start chilling out, you know what I mean? And like, literally, like all of a sudden, like I had one, like my one went viral. Like I have like 5,000 views on my generational slave revolt joint, right? And it like I went from like 50 subs to like 200 in the past, I don't know, like fucking week and a half maybe.
Dr. Diad, Reckless Peasant. That's just hilarious. Got demoted. Give me a second,
Blessed
homie.
peasant.
Blessed peasant. Breed well. From Aesop Rock. But yeah, oh yeah. Substack. Yeah, you know I'm gonna name my Substack Fitty Bones. Because every article I'm gonna be like, this word's 50 bones. This word 50 bones.
Yo, you should like name your Substack like fucking like the Iranian Paki, bro. Like real shit. Motherfuckers that get mad at you just like
The Pakistani Aryan.
Yeah. Right? The Gnostic Paki, right? Listen, it'll sell like hotcakes.
The Gnostic Muslim. No, wait, Judeo-Islam. That was the OG one I was gonna go with. It's just
The Islamic
Judeo-Islam.
Jew. The Islamic Jew, bro. Like,
The Islamic Jew. The Arab Nazi.
Give me them shekels.
Yeah,
like, name yourself. No. Name yourself the Islamic Jesus.
No, I'm not calling myself Jesus. That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy for me. So.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? It'd be blasphemy for everybody.
But yeah.
Yo, Rocky, have you ever heard of motherfucking this dude?
Yeah, but there are kids that that are just named Issa though. They're just like Issa. Or Musa. There's kids named Musa. So
my kid's name I got a kid named Luca.
Muka?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like Luca Brasi from the Godfather.
Muka Brazzi. No, I've
I
never
think
seen that
he's
movie.
saying it with an L, not an M.
Yeah, I've never
Huh?
seen that movie.
You're
How have you
saying
never seen The Godfather? What is wrong with you?
you're
I've seen
saying
Scarface,
Luca,
but not The
right?
Godfather.
Yo, get your life together. See The Godfather, bro. It's like it's a masterpiece.
Yeah,
I ain't
it's
saying
just.
you got to watch Goodfellas, but like, yo, The Godfather, 100%.
Oh, I've watched Goodfellas too, though.
Goodfellas is trash.
Really,
Yeah, it's fucking trash.
I really like Goodfellas. I was laughing pretty hard when the helicopter kept following him around. That part was
Yeah,
so
I
funny
mean,
to me.
like, yeah, it's just, you know, I mean, like, Goodfellas is just about the coked out fucking 70s and 80s and shit, bro. Like, that's garbage. Like,
Yeah.
like it starts off in like the 40s and 50s, right, and then moves into like the fucking goes back to like the 1910s and 20s in the second movie, and then runs up to like the 70s. You know what I mean? When like fucking 60s and 70s when the mob was taking over Vegas.
Yeah, I think it's funny in Goodfellas how he fights with the girl. That's how all my relationships have been like too. That's how Punjabi, relationships are like too. I guess I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's you know what I mean like that like Proto-Indo-Aryan thing.
A little fire and spice.
Different concepts of justice: moral justice, legal justice, and what you can call epochal justice, or what we understand as divine justice. Divine justice.
Epochal justice. That's fucking Cthulhu shit. That's crazy.
Yo, based. Yo, he's not wrong though, bro. He's not wrong, right? Like, yo, when you think about it, like, ultimately all debts eventually have to be paid. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you fuck around like with somebody's whole ass fucking people. You know what I mean? Those people will be revisited on your son. You know what I'm saying?
A Lannister always pays its debts.
It is epochal justice, man. That sounds.
Yo, he breaks it down. He breaks it down as base, bro.
In this dunya. Now, moral justice, or what I'm calling moral justice, is basically a sentiment. It's a feeling that we have. The feeling, that you have when you suffer or when you witness what you perceive to be injustice, unfairness, harm or hurt or some kind of wrong. This originates in our fitra. It's in our nature. It might be even subconsciously informed by an innate recognition of divine justice, meaning we're born with a sense of good and a sense of what is upright and natural behavior and a sense of our rights and responsibilities as human beings. So when something violates that, or when something happens that violates that, we have a visceral emotional reaction. And I think that most of us tend to operate on this level. The emotional reaction to issues of justice and injustice is what prompts people to activism, prompts people to resistance and opposition, or to become involved, even to give charity and so on, or even to become militants or what have you. It's the sense of moral justice. But of course, this innate sense of justice also gets filtered through all of the add-ons of our personalities, our ego, our nefs, our self. It gets polluted and diluted by our own psyches, by our own interests, and our own learned or accrued biases and prejudices and so on. So this makes it incredibly subjective. It's variable and it's unstable. And it's always debatable. It can tend to lack balance or proportion, and it can be easily manipulated. So it's unreliable. The sense of moral justice is unreliable. And because it's unreliable, or anyway, this is one of the reasons, this is why we have laws. Legal justice. Legal justice represents the formalized system of laws, rules that societies establish in order to govern behavior and to resolve disputes and so on. It aims to remove the subjectivity and personal emotion of moral justice from the administration of justice by enforcing clear rules with proportionate consequences. Generally laws are derived from a sort of consensus over time about what's right and what's wrong, what's fair and what's unfair and so forth, and about how best to keep order in the society and stability. It isn't ambiguous, it's predictable and it's fixed. Now it's obviously imperfect and it can be meddled with, it can be manipulated,
By the way, this mainstream interpretation of his like name and title is basically that Judaism is too legalistic and Christianity is too spiritualistic. Oh, whoa. Looks like I got like totally hacked as I said that. Are you guys still there?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if this is still on the screen.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I just muted up so I make noise going down the road and shit.
It's on the screen, but the video part went black.
It's black, yep. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
Weird shit. And the background is gone. Holy moly, man. Yeah, but yeah, Middle Nation.
StreamYards has
Yeah,
been
that's
fucking up all day today.
yeah, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I guess he's trying to say that, you know, he's not trying to look for legalism or so he's kind of making the point right there, you know, that he's trying to say. You know, but
I mean, yeah, there was like
but
way
I
more
don't,
to that. It's like 45 minutes long. It was a really good like video. So
oh yeah, I'm putting it back. I just seen that it just turned black for some reason and then it started flashing like that. So.
Remember it did that shit earlier when we were all here? Like
Yep,
it clipped me first, right? And then it clipped
No,
you, then it clipped
it's still black. Yeah,
Anna.
it's still black. Yeah, I don't get it. But yeah, that's what the name Middle Nation means.
But this is
By a lot of these guys' standards, right? But I think that's a little bit too
What?
Yeah, I don't know if that's because that's one way of looking at the situation, but yeah.
is less the case than with so-called moral justice. You know, it can conflict with any individual's sentiments about right and wrong, and not everyone is going to be satisfied with the outcome of legal justice. But it's much easier to prove that a law has been broken than it is to prove that an action is unambiguously and unanimously regarded as unjust, objectively. So when we're talking about Israel, for example, when you're talking about Israel-Palestine, for example, you'll notice that they always try to keep the conversation, or they always try to veer the conversation towards subjective senses of moral justice, like, do you condemn Hamas and so forth? This is irrelevant. And in fact, both sides do it. We focus on the evil of Israel's actions rather than on the illegality. And that's exactly the way that the Zionists want the conversation to be, because it is subjective. As long as it's a subjective dispute, it goes nowhere. It's just everyone has their own opinion and so on. But if you're talking about the law, it's incredibly clear. You know, if the legal frameworks that the world claims to uphold, international law, were to be enforced on Israel the way that it's enforced against other nations, well, there would be no ambiguity whatsoever about this situation. This isn't speculation. This is not opinion. This is simply what the law states. This is what the law dictates. So, for example, there would never even be any question about an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. In fact, an unconditional.
Yeah, but then on an international level, it's like the people who, you know, make the guns make the laws, right? So I don't know. They're going to appeal to them. You know, they're literally the same people who gave Israel power in the first place, right?
Well, like, yo, I made the argument, and this is one of the reasons why they call me Pinoy Shekel or whatever it is, or Shekelnoid or whatever, right? Because I said, listen, what's the golden rule? It's he who has the gold makes the fucking rules, right? And like motherfuckers, like they really have a cognitive dissonance about reality. They want their like morality upheld because like that's how school worked for them, right? We're like, oh, it didn't matter if you were rich, you got punished the same as you were if you were poor. That's not how the real world works. Right? Regardless of like how we want it to be, like you have to accept that reality is that if you got money, you have guns, you have power, like life works in a different manner for you, right? Like my grandparents were mobsters, right? Like they threw people off of buildings for the like, bruh, I wasn't gonna go to jail for some of the shit that I did that everybody else would have. You know what I mean? Because like again, we had power. That's how that operates. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's dumb to live in any other way. Like, yo, keep going on.
Ceasefire would have been imposed on Israel under the Fourth Geneva Convention. Collective punishment, indiscriminate bombing, and targeting of civilians, these are war crimes. Meanwhile, this is exactly how Israel has conducted its military campaign in Gaza. That's literally their approach. Entire families wiped out, hospitals bombed, food supplies blocked, and so on. Okay, these are not just tragedies. These are crimes under the law, and it's not ambiguous, and it's not open to debate. It's literally what they have been doing. And of course, by law, the occupation itself is illegal. Israel must withdraw under the law. Again, that's not an opinion. United Nations Security Council Resolution 242 demanded that Israel withdraw from the territories that it occupied in 1967. That was nearly 60 years ago. The occupation is illegal under Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which explicitly prohibits any occupying power from transferring its own population into the occupied land. By every settlement in the West Bank and East Jerusalem is a war crime. This is not an opinion. If international law were applied, then all of Israel's settlers would be forcibly removed. The Israeli military presence in the West Bank would have to end immediately, and Palestine would have full control over its land, because that's the law. For over 17 years, the Gaza Strip has been under siege. Israel controls its borders, its airspace, its coastline. Again, the Fourth Geneva Convention makes it very crystal clear. Blockading a civilian population, depriving them of food, depriving them of water, depriving them of medicine, depriving them of energy, these are war crimes. The UN has described Gaza as an open-air prison, as we all know. The International Criminal Court has already stated that the blockade of Gaza is a crime against humanity. According to international law, Israel should be compelled to lift the siege against Gaza immediately, not an opinion. We don't need more investigations. We don't need more reports. The evidence of war crimes is overwhelming. Hospitals bombed. Entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble. Journalists, doctors, children killed in indiscriminate airstrikes. Under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, these are not just military actions. Again, they are crimes. Israeli leaders, Netanyahu, Gallant, and others, every general who has ordered attacks on civilians should be indicted and prosecuted at the International Criminal Court. Under universal jurisdiction, any country could arrest Israeli officials and open accounts. The forced displacement of Palestinians is not just a moral outrage, it's a violation of international law. UN Resolution 194 guarantees the right of return for refugees to their homes. Universal Declaration of Human Rights enshrines the rights of all people to return to their homeland.
You are killing me, son.
That's against the law.
Legit. You are fucking killing me, dog. Yo, you are killing me, son. Legit. Yo, you are murking me right now, bro. Like, you are literally causing me to, like, get seasick when I'm driving down the road. Like, bro, stop. Like, listen, you are fucking with my brain. Listen, I am not a Zoomer. I cannot tolerate that much stimulus. All right?
Well, it made the viewers go up. It is what it is.
I'm having a panic attack right now, dog. Like, fucking calm the fuck down. Fuck.
Christoph the Babylon's giving him seizures, bro.
I was gonna put it full screen to play this shit faster and make it go faster and faster, and then turn the music up slowly.
my brain's all like.
That's literally what I was gonna do. That's some Clockwork Orange.
Like, just to begin with, like, it was like fucking with me. Like, to start with, like, when I heard like the background, like, I was like, like, is that my truck ticking? Like, what is going on? Right? And then, like, all of a sudden, like, the fucking shit starts speeding up, and then, like, the fucking music kicks in, and I'm like, Brett, calm down. Like, listen, I can't. Yo, you're fucking my brain up. Yo, I'm sweating, dog. Legit, I'm sweating right now. Ah. The fuck is you doing to me? Stop. Listen.
That's some fucking funny shit, bro.
Yeah, I had some music. Yeah, I had a music break that's literally disturbing. You know what I mean? Later, on Spooky
You could
Saturday.
give him a heart attack with that.
Yeah, I got even trippier shit. But yeah, this feel like it went good with it. I don't know why. But yeah, people blame me for MK Ultra. Yeah, but it is what it is.
Figures.
You can leave the music on if you want to, like, put it back normal speed, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, just can't have the video going 100 and the fucking music in the back. Like, it fucks with my brain. Like, the beats is like retarded.
No, let's just listen to it. It's fine.
Law, period. Not an opinion. Palestinian refugees should be allowed to return home, and Israel should be required to compensate those who have suffered generations upon generations of displacement, because that's the law. I mean, what happened when Russia
They're not going to
annexed Crimea?
shekels
Immediate
over for
sanctions.
that.
What happened when Iraq invaded Kuwait? Well, there was a full-scale international military response. What happened when South Africa was under apartheid? A global movement of boycotts, a global movement of divestment and sanctions. Yet when Israel violates every principle of international law, instead of being punished, it's rewarded with billions of dollars, billions in military aid, billions in trade agreements, and diplomatic protection. Well, this is the double standard. If international law were to be applied fairly, Israel would face a total arms embargo. All economic and military ties would be severed until it complied with the law. So again, you can have whatever opinion you want to have about this, but it is the law. If your opinion does not align with the law, well, this is where you prove whether or not you want to belong to the law-abiding nations of the civilized world, or you want to be an outlaw, you want to be a renegade, you want to be a criminal. This is where that becomes clear, because look, you can agree or not agree, but when it comes to the law, you're supposed to adhere to it either way. Israel's violations of international law are not just about crimes of war, they're about preventing the very existence of Palestine. But the law, again, is clear. Palestine has a right to statehood under UN Security Council Resolution 242 and 338. Palestine is entitled to sovereignty. Under the ICJ's ruling in 2004, Israel's wall in the West Bank is illegal and Palestinian land must be returned. These are not opinions. This is legal justice. Under the law, Palestine should be immediately recognized as a fully independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital. There should be no negotiations on this. In fact, just enforcement of the law. Understand, none of this is radical. None of this is controversial. It's simply what international law demands. It's what international law states. And we should always focus on this when we talk about Palestine, when we talk about Israel. In my opinion, we should focus on legal justice instead of on moral justice. Again, under international law, Israeli leaders should be prosecuted for war crimes. Israel should withdraw from all occupied Palestine. The Gaza blockade should end immediately. Palestinian refugees should be returned to their homes. Israel should face global sanctions and economic pressure until they comply, and a Palestinian state should be fully established. All of this is well established, all of this is understood, and all of this is accepted by everyone in the world except by the ones who are breaking the law. The ones who are breaking the law don't want to talk about the law. Instead, they want to talk about subjective, emotional, and ambiguous, debatable interpretations of right and wrong, and justifications for what they do, and so forth. They want to keep the discussion in the realm of opinion, when in fact opinion is irrelevant in any matter where the law is clear. Opinion is irrelevant in any matter where the law is clear. That's the thing. Where there's a law, when legal justice exists on something, then there is no point in arguing about anyone's subjective sense of moral justice, because we've all agreed to abide by the law. You understand? We have all agreed to adhere to the law. And as Muslims, we have a religious obligation to abide by the agreements, by the treaties and the contracts and so forth that we have signed. Now, the people who wrote these laws, who wrote these treaties, are continuously themselves breaking the treaties, breaking the agreements. But we genuinely believe in the rule of law as Muslims. We genuinely believe that agreements are binding. And like I said, violating or breaching an agreement is much easier to prove than trying to convince someone about the morality or the immorality of an action. So you see the difference between moral justice or a subjective sense of justice, a sentiment, a feeling.
Wait, this is interesting. Let me play this for a second.
An emotion about what's wrong, as opposed to legal justice. Legal justice is more cut and dry. You know, I remember when I was a little kid in school, we had a classroom court system where we had students assigned as police who would give any kid in class a ticket if they broke a classroom rule. And then every Friday, we would have court. You had a student who was assigned the role of the judge.
That's some conditioning.
Yeah, check this out real quick. As an addendum to this, I wanted to play some of this on the show, and this is very interesting.
We didn't get that far, did we? Oh,
yeah. Do you remember this? Or this is one of the second or third shows that he did with him, and he might be back on soon.
Holy Land, and it's
well,
crazy.
Shit, you gotta notify me on that.
Yeah, I think yeah, I mean, yeah, I need to contact him, and then I'll figure out what's going on.
And mine's getting blown.
Yeah, but this is a crazy discussion right here about the situation. But wait till you see what he says.
Of darkness, right?
If I remember that this is the right one.
Gallant, the head of the IDF, said it as well. Netanyahu tweeted it and then deleted the tweet. He also said it in like 2 speeches. There's been headlines everywhere. The Sanhedrin in Israel minted a coin with Netanyahu and Trump on the coin, and it's called the War of the Sons of Light and Sons of Darkness coin. And Netanyahu got back in with the most hardcore Zionist religious cabinet Israel's ever have, they say. Trump, it looks like Trump's going to get back in, right, with his QAnon messianic movement, all the Christian Zionists that back him and that are his followers as well.
Them Q-tards.
So we're headed for the perfect storm of an end times prophecy movie to play out. And I think that's what's happening is these 3 Abrahamic faiths, through their belief, are manifesting these prophecies. What do you think?
Yeah, right. In a sense, they become self-fulfilling, right? Because you want them to be fulfilled. You actively work to make them fulfilled. And then that's always a danger with any sort of prophecy like that you want to see happen. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be interesting. There's a fair chance Trump wins next year. And, he does so many stupid things. It's a little hard to say, but, some of his positions in principle are right. And, he's made a point of like saying, hey, I kept us sort of out of these wars.
Mm-hmm. He's going to save us from World War III. I'm the only one that can save the world from World War III.
Well, right. Okay. But I mean, even the little skirmishes, he managed basically to stay out of those sort of wars, at least, to some extent for his 4 years. So I don't see any appetite for a war with Russia. He wants to sort of cozy up with Russia. He wants to settle the Ukraine thing, and he'll give Russia half of Ukraine if he has to. So he's going to cozy up to Russia. Doesn't want a war with Russia. I don't think he's going to really go to war for the Jews. And I don't know what I don't see.
But they want us to go. Netanyahu wants us to go to war with Russia.
Yeah, of course. But
so it wouldn't take much for them to do what has to be done for that to happen. There's plenty of ways that they can make that war happen if they need to do something themselves, or they could just sit back and just wait for something to happen that they can take advantage of.
Yeah, well, I mean, right. I don't know. I guess obviously we don't know what's going to happen, but I don't see. Trump seems to be unwilling to go along with that route. Whether he would jump in to save Israel if they really got attacked by Iran, that's a kind of an interesting question.
I think him and Kushner are going to get back in, and they're going to go, we got to finish the job with the Abraham Accords and bringing peace to the Middle East. I think that's what we're going to see. Yeah,
but what's that going to be? They're going to let them obliterate the Palestinians and wipe out the Gazans in the West Bank and just clear it out. They didn't
probably.
They sucked up to the Zionists, in some ways, but they didn't really do anything substantial. They didn't allow those, significant ground-based changes to occur like what's happening now. So
what's the more optimistic? How do you think this is going to play out with the war? How do you think this doesn't result in World War III, in Armageddon?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, Israel has to sort of be defeated. I mean, one way or another, because they're just too much of a danger to the world. So, one way or another, they have to be just militarily defeated. Maybe it's going to take a 2-front, 3-front war. Maybe they're just going to be sort of slowly bled to death by blitzkrieg up attacks on them from Hezbollah and maybe through the West Bank. If they just get entangled in it doesn't have to be an overnight, blitzkrieg kind of thing. It could just be a prolonged, just a bleeding down, gradually killing the troops, never letting the pressure off, running occasional missiles and bombs in there. A small little state can't sustain itself, I don't think, very long under those conditions. So if, Iran can or whoever can supply those guys with weapons to keep the military pressure on and just kind of wear them down and bleed them down. And, the secular Jews are going to get worried about constant attacks and, air raid sirens, and they're not going to want to go there, and they're going to have a population loss problem. And, that could really spell major troubles for that state. They may be going under here.
So you think that's what's going to, I feel like they're at a make it or break it point where they have to have a trick up their sleeve. Otherwise they could be screwed. And I think I almost wonder, other people have been asking this too. It seems like you know, the bombing of the hospitals and all of these dead kids we're seeing all over the internet, and just how they're dehumanizing them and just acting, you know, lying about all this wartime atrocity propaganda. It's like they're almost baiting the Arab world to attack them to get us sucked in. They know what they're doing. They know if they keep it up, eventually the Arabs are going to respond, retaliate, and then America is going to have to get sucked in, which is what I think their ultimate goal is here.
But that's such a dangerous game to play, right? I mean, you're the target. You're the target of the bullseye, and you're saying, yeah, bring that on, launch those missiles against us, and then our buddy's going to launch missiles against you. And, you know, you're right in the middle of all that crossfire. That's a mind-bogglingly...
But it's what they want. This is what the religion teaches. This is what the Christian Zionists want. All, like John Hagee and how connected he is with Trump and all the top Republican politicians. These Chabad Lubavitchers and the Likud party and the rabbis around Netanyahu. This is what they want, man. They're obsessed about this happening. They're rubbing their hands, fantasizing about the prophetic destruction of the West in this big war.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a kind of religious insanity to actually want this kind of thing to happen. And, you know, from an objective secular standpoint, obviously there's no religious basis to this all. It's just, you know, stupid mythology that you're trying to realize. And that could be the end of you. I mean, when you act that extremely on you know, extreme mythology, that's, you know, has no basis in reality, because it is just mythology. I mean, yeah, that's when you die. I mean, you get obliterated when you do that. So I can imagine if they're acting on the basis of their some kind of fundamentalist Judaic philosophy or theology, you know, yeah, that could be the end of them. So you know, even if they're welcoming it, they're doing it for stupid reasons, and they may pay the huge price for that.
Think of the role Christians are playing, helping them fulfill their end times prophecies. Like Paul converting the Roman Empire to Christianity and giving them these Jewish eschatological end times prophecies. Now it's like the Christian prophecies have to fulfill the Jewish prophecies with the promise that Jesus will return. Is that not so suspicious? So the Christians are like helping them build their temple, return to the state, and want the Antichrist to reign with the promise that Jesus will come back. Like, we have a Jewish apocalyptic death cult that's dominating half the planet. And I think that's the elephant in the room that no biblical scholar wants to acknowledge.
Yeah, I think basically that's right. And, you know, eventually if it's just a cult, you know, you can persist for a long time. But if you start acting on the basis of that, and you incite these wars that are, you know, genocidal and ultimately suicidal, well, you know, then you pay the price. And I think there's a fair chance that that's what's going to happen. They're going to pay the price, and they're going to really get hammered in this impending conflict. And, you know, all you can do is hope that we don't get too sucked in. We don't want to get, you know, nuclear weapons rained down in our heads over here. But
so hammered by who? By Hezbollah and the West Bank, and I guess Gaza is going to bounce back or something. Like, I don't see them getting hammered. America will step in immediately if that happens. They're already shooting down missiles and drones and attacks from Yemen, Lebanon, everywhere.
I mean, we can't even keep that up. That's a slow drain. I think that's what, you know, Putin was doing that in Ukraine. It's actually very clever on his part. It's really a slow drain of the capacity of both the U.S. and Europe to drain down their weapons and their armories, and, you know, and drain Ukraine of men at the same time.
But isn't he draining his own supplies too, though, to do
this? But he's got 10 times, you know, 50 times the resources that we do. He, you know, he's killing 10 to 1. You know, he's using small weapons to wipe out hugely expensive weapons. So I think he's happy to play this game. If you look at what it's costing him and what he's taking out of commission, he's coming out way ahead. I think he continued that game for a long time. He's like saying, hey, you know, I'm losing one guy and I'm killing 10. I can play that game for a mighty long time because I got way more than, even at 1-to-1, I can play that game because I got more than the Ukrainians got. You know, and I can use small arms missiles to take out Abrams tanks because I got way more missiles than they got tanks. So you know, you can play that sort of bleeding game for a mighty long time. I think, you know, Putin's probably smart about that. He's doing that there, and probably probably Hezbollah and Nasrallah and and Khomeini and Iran could do the same thing in Israel. They can sort of bleed them. They don't have to launch a full-out war. They can just fire missiles and shoot little bombs and conduct raids, and they can just bleed them down because they got way more Muslims than you got Jews in Israel. They can suffer 10-1 defeat, no
Real
problem.
talk.
And then in 5 years, Israel's done because they got nobody left. Right, I mean, the Hamas is taking out Israeli troops as we speak. Right, they're blowing up tanks and they're shooting down troops as we speak. And yeah, okay, they're probably losing 10-1, but they got 10-1 to give.
So you think Israel's going to ultimately end up being Palestine in a few years? You think that's a possibility?
It's going to be what?
Palestine. You think the state's going to fall? That's interesting.
I think it's going to fall. I think it's exactly. I think it's going to fall.
You think that they'll fall without America going down with it and
man,
getting a nuclear war? We
based.
won't allow them to fall.
What have you ever heard that? So interesting, right? But yeah.
We'll sacrifice ourselves before they fall. That's
well, okay. I don't know. That's a question. If it's a continual slow bleeding to death, we didn't get involved full blown in the Ukraine. We're just sort of behind everyone's back. We're pumping weapons and arms and God, special troops or whatever. We're not jumping in full blown because Putin didn't jump in full blown. But we're still getting bled down by that process. And the same kind of thing could happen in Israel, except the Israelis are in far worse shape than the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians, they're done. They're out of troops. They're out of guys. They're out of soldiers. We wiped out 300,000 of their fighting age men. Israel they're a smaller country than that. They can't even afford a fraction of that. So all we got to do is play this bleeding game with the Israelis and keep their troops fighting and keep picking them off and knock off a tank here and a tank there and do that for a few. It's not going to be dramatic enough. If it's not a dramatic, atom bomb over Tel Aviv that might draw us in, if it's just the bleeding them down, we'll condemn it and we'll say, hey, we can't do this, and we'll send our weapons there and we'll get bled down too. But that works for the Muslim world. They can actually win with that strategy, I think, in the long run.
Well, that sounds a lot better than what I fear could happen if these religious fanatics have their way. So I hope you're right. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they fail. I hope you're right. It would be a much better world.
All right, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Bleed them down and they just disappear. That's what we're hoping. So at least that's what I'm hoping.
Not them, the people disappear, but the state of Israel as we know it.
Right. Let's make sure we get that clear.
It's justice. Yeah. Okay. Let's wrap it up. Tell people where they can find your books, your websites, and why they should buy the Jesus Hoax book. Why it's so important.
Yeah, like I say, it's really the new edition is really kind of well done.
Guess we scared Pinoid away.
Yeah, second edition has a lot more information. I haven't read through the whole thing yet. Have you read through it, Red?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, tons more information in the second edition. And still trying to pick my way through it, but yeah, I just thought that was such a different take that he had on that show. Definitely different.
Man, he's gonna get the ADL's gonna be on his ass. Gonna lock him up.
Yeah, we're on this show now. I saw a lot of viewers going down as I played that, so hopefully nothing happens, but we'll figure it out. But I'm gonna shut this down for today, I guess. But it was pretty good. We had up to 10 people in here at some point. So we'll have more. We'll bring that iHypocrite thing back maybe later in the week, and we'll see if our channel's there in a week. It could be just gone.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole channel could be gone. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Yeah, thank you, Reddington. Right? Yeah. Peace, homie.
Easy.
Let me try to play some music for these guys. Yeah, but we're developing lots of, videos, little bells and whistles and things. We got some time off, so I'm gonna take some notes, come back with some powerful shit. obviously Moral Lul. And yeah, we'll be back. Yeah. All right, yeah, let me just play this. Yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for being here.
You know what I'm saying? Keep the movement subversive and all that. You know what I mean? This the Black Mamba serum right here. We gotta, you know what I'm saying, inject these poisoned individuals. It's all snake biters out here, you know what I'm saying? But on the real side, what was that shit, that little trickle of beat you had like two songs ago, man? I'm saying we need to massacre that. We need to make moves on it. I'm saying I got some ideas for that. I can plot that out. Need to, you know what I'm saying, let me siphon filter that. You know what I mean? We need to filtrate that. But on the real, all in all, this smart spec and all that, you know what I'm saying? We out here, you're saying, trying to build things. I mean, all these little scallywags out here. all these paper bags, you know what I'm saying? These recyclable niggas and shit. You know what I'm saying? We trying to bring some new barbed wire to the table for y'all niggas to play with. You know what I'm saying? Play with matches and all that.
Mark II, he was the whatever type nigga. You know, the type of nigga that would do anything at any given time. A live wire.
Believe me, kid, you don't want this guy unless you are 100% sure you need him. He's a fucking monster.
It's biohazardous. I hold my sword so immaculate. Peep the asterisks. First place Brody championships. Z was right as jagged Arabic to make the planet switch on panic strip. Verbally, I hold the banana clip that'll rip the flip amulets and turn niggas inanimate. Now I'm banished with my click for planning hits of presidential mannequins. Tampering with cyanide and aspirin. I peeped your Mary Magdalene's table dancing out in Nazareth. Seen you in your ambulance. Catch me acting arrogant. Walking past Jersey through Los Angeles. Too many niggas on that faggot shit, that fabric. We was never having it. Instead I keep that parliament funk. Smack fiends wanna bump. My style 360 metric ton of opium gum. Slowing your jump. These Forrest Gump niggas think they got their hands on a pump. Remind me of this little pregnant chick who tried to stun and got spit when she was 7.5 months. You repulsed. Shit's fucked up. I juxtapose vanilla tie mixed with clumps. A chocolate skunk. Global planet stumped. Punch drunk off the grimy city dump. Beat bump. New York and Jersey niggas say they keep it drunk. But niggas don't wanna be rich. They wanna be Illuminati just like Turner and Trump. But we perverted like monks. Now we chant the Gregorian, Torn Peoria and the Orient. The valedictorian, Roll Warrior and the DeLorean. Feeling euphoria, distorting like historians. My brothers who hold their glory in the 40s sound like broken accordions, empty auditoriums. It ain't no wax to trap my auditorium. Just ask Kevorkian if he got any more of them little capsules that he store me in.
For a few seconds, this place was Armageddon.
No dessert till you finish your vegetables. 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 Deathbed instrumentals. Bleeding through your eyes every beat I put my pencil. I shine plus the sun reflect too. The Blade Walker at your rescue. Pray a Lord bless you when I make your chest move. It's back to the essence or the test tube. Jersey play my nights with Lancelot and make chess moves. Strategic slow death, Imhotep, call me nephew. You was that nigga y'all don't wanna stand next to. Mr. Hyde, cause I don't respect you enough to let you be Dr. Jekyll. Plus your movie ain't scary. Paintball, guerrilla war. It's gay soldiers in your military. Now listen clearly. Broken cherries got the screening calls through the secretary. Catch me offline. Inspect at hotmail.com. Shoplifting hackers. Canal Cypher. Survivor TV. Trap me in a world full of actors. Catch me on the street. Start my own Fight Club chapters. Style free as Napster. It's always tears amongst the laughter. The brilliant savages keep all the eggs in one basket. That's why your carcass smell like fried cactus. Brody chaps and slap a sound scanner with the back of a hammer. And all y'all Highlanders get buried alive in glass caskets. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert till you finish your vegetables. No dessert.
Welcome to Blaster Fiction.